Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. When you close your eyes and think of your childhood bedroom, you believe you're seeing it as it was. The sunlight through the curtains, the way the floorboards creaked near the closet, the smell of dinner drifting up from the kitchen below. You believe you're travelling backward through time, stepping into a preserved moment that has waited patiently for your return. But you are not remembering. You are creating. Every time you recall that bedroom, your brain is not retrieving a file from storage, not playing back a recording of something that once was. It is constructing something new, assembling fragments scattered across your mind into a story that feels like truth, but is actually invention. The past you remember is not the past that happened. It is a ghost of it, rebuilt neuron by neuron, shaped by who you are now rather than who you were then. Memory is not a library, it is a workshop, and every time you remember, you are rewriting history. This is the uncomfortable reality that neuroscience has revealed over decades of research into how the human brain stores and retrieves experience. We speak of memory as though it were solid, as though the events of our lives are recorded with fidelity and filed away in some neural archive, waiting to be accessed when needed. We trust our memories because they feel vivid, because they carry emotional weight, because they seem to arrive in our consciousness fully formed and undeniably real. But that feeling is itself an illusion, a byproduct of the brain's remarkable ability to construct coherence from chaos. What we experience as remembering is actually a process of reconstruction, a creative act that happens in the present moment, influenced by everything we have learned and felt and become since the original event occurred. The past, as we know it, is not fixed. It is fluid. It changes every time we touch it. Consider the courtroom, where eyewitnesses take the stand and swear to tell the truth about what they saw. These are honest people, earnest in their recollection, certain of the details they provide. And yet study after study has shown that eyewitness testimony is staggeringly unreliable. Two people who witnessed the same crime will remember different details, different sequences of events, even different faces. Ask them again a month later and their accounts will have shifted further. Not because they are lying, but because memory does not work the way we assume it does. Each time they have told the story, each time they have been asked a leading question, each time they have imagined the scene again in their mind, they have altered it slightly. The memory has been rebuilt, and each rebuilding introduces small changes, tiny distortions that accumulate over time. What began as a genuine perception of reality becomes something else entirely, a narrative constructed from fragments of truth, gaps filled in by assumption, emotion, and suggestion. The witness believes completely in what they remember, but what they remember is no longer what they saw. The brain does not store memories as unified wholes. There is no place in your skull where the memory of your 10th birthday party sits intact, preserved like a photograph in an album. Instead, that experience is broken down into its component parts and distributed across different regions of the brain. The visual details, the colours and shapes and faces are stored in the visual cortex. The sounds, the laughter and music and voices are encoded in the auditory regions. The emotions you felt, the joy or embarrassment or excitement, are processed and stored in the amygdala and other limbic structures. The context, the understanding that this event happened in a specific time and place, involves the hippocampus. Your memory of that birthday party is not a thing, not an object that exists somewhere in your brain. It is a pattern of connections, a network of neurons that once fired together and can be made to fire together again. And when you remember, what you're actually doing is reactivating that network, coaxing those scattered pieces to light up in roughly the same pattern they formed during the original experience. But here is where the process becomes unreliable. The network never reactivates identically. Neurons that were part of the original encoding may no longer be available, may have been recruited for other memories, may have weakened over time. The brain must improvise, must substitute, must fill in the missing pieces with whatever is available. It draws on other memories, on knowledge acquired since the event, on current emotions and expectations. It uses the present to reconstruct the past. And once that reconstruction is complete, once you have remembered the birthday party, the memory is not simply returned to storage unchanged. It is reconsolidated, saved again, but now in its altered form. The act of remembering has changed the memory itself. The next time you recall that birthday party, you will not be remembering the original event. You will be remembering the last time you remembered it, complete with whatever distortions and embellishments were introduced during that reconstruction. Memory is not retrieval, it is revision. This process is called reconsolidation, and it represents one of the most significant discoveries in neuroscience over the past few decades. For a long time, scientists believed that once a memory was formed and consolidated, it became stable, fixed in the architecture of the brain. But research has shown that every time a memory is recalled, it enters a temporary state of instability, a window during which it can be altered, updated, or even erased. The very act of remembering makes a memory vulnerable. This is why memories change over time, why they drift subtly away from their origins. Each recall is an opportunity for modification. If you remember an event while feeling happy, that happiness may colour the memory, softening harsh edges, brightening the emotional tone. If you remember it while feeling anxious or sad, those emotions may seep into the reconstruction, altering how you perceive what happened. The memory becomes a reflection not just of the past, but of the psychological state you were in when you last remembered it. The past is filtered through the present, again and again, until what remains is something far removed from the original experience. Visualize it this way: a group of neurons firing in concert, forming a pattern like a constellation. This is the moment being encoded. Time passes. You recall the event. The brain attempts to light up the same pattern, but some stars have dimmed, others have moved, new ones have appeared in their place. The constellation is similar, recognizable, but not identical. You recall it again months later and more stars have shifted. The pattern is still there, still the same memory in some essential sense, but its shape has changed. Recall it a dozen times over a decade, and the constellation bears only a passing resemblance to what it once was. The memory has evolved. It has become something new, while retaining just enough of the original structure to feel authentic. This is how memory works for all of us, all the time. We are not accessing the past. We're echoing it, each echo a little fainter, a little more distorted, a little more influenced by the person doing the remembering. And who is that person? Not the same person who experienced the event. You have changed since then, grown and learned, suffered and healed, developed new beliefs and perspectives. The self that recalls the memory is not the self that formed it. And so the memory is reconstructed through the lens of who you have become. This is where memory becomes deeply entangled with identity, where the past is reshaped to serve the needs of the present self. We do not remember our lives as they were. We remember them as we need them to have been, as makes sense given who we are now. This is not conscious manipulation. It is not dishonesty. It is the automatic, inevitable consequence of how memory works. The brain is not trying to preserve the past with accuracy. It is trying to construct a coherent narrative of the self, a story that explains how you came to be who you are. And if the past must be edited to make that story work, the brain will edit it without hesitation, without your awareness, without leaving any trace that revision has occurred. Consider trauma. People who have experienced profound suffering often find that their memories of the traumatic event are fragmented, distorted, sometimes entirely absent. This is not because the brain failed to encode the experience. It is because the memory is being reconstructed in a psychological environment flooded with fear, pain, and the need for self-preservation. The brain may suppress certain details, amplify others, rearrange the sequence of events to create emotional distance or narrative coherence. The memory of trauma is not a faithful record of what happened. It is the mind's attempt to process something overwhelming, to fit something unbearable into the structure of a life that must continue. And as the person heals, as time passes and therapy and support change their psychological landscape, the memory may change again. Details may emerge that were previously inaccessible. The emotional intensity may diminish. The story of what happened may shift as the survivor reinterprets the event in light of new understanding. The past is not fixed. It bends and reshapes itself around the needs of the present. Joy does this too, in subtler ways. Happy memories tend to become rosier over time, the difficult parts fading, the pleasant moments growing brighter. This is not self-deception exactly, though it functions much like it. It is the brain's bias toward maintaining psychological well-being, toward constructing a past that supports a positive sense of self. You remember your college years as a time of freedom and discovery, and perhaps they were, but you forget the loneliness, the anxiety about the future, the night spent in doubt and confusion. Not because those experiences were insignificant, but because they do not serve the narrative you have built about who you were and how you became who you are now. The brain is an editor, constantly revising the manuscript of your life, cutting scenes that do not advance the plot, enhancing moments that reinforce the themes, and you, the conscious self, trust this editor implicitly, unaware that the past you remember has been tailored to fit the person you have become. This phenomenon is sometimes called autobiographical editing, the unconscious process by which we rewrite our personal histories to preserve a stable sense of identity. Over years and decades, the edits accumulate. The story of your life, as you tell it to yourself and others, diverges steadily from the raw data of lived experience. You remember your parents as more loving or more distant than they actually were, depending on your current relationship with them. You remember yourself as braver or more foolish in a past decision, based on how that decision turned out. You remember old friendships as deeper or more superficial, depending on whether those people are still in your life. The past is not a fixed foundation on which your identity rests. It is a construct that changes to support the identity you are building in the present moment. Memory is not about accuracy. It is about meaning. And meaning requires narrative, and narrative requires selection, emphasis, and revision. The malleability of memory is not just an individual phenomenon. It operates at the level of societies and cultures as well. Just as your brain reconstructs your personal past to serve your present identity, civilizations reconstruct their histories to serve their collective identities. Nations tell origin stories that highlight heroism and sacrifice while downplaying atrocity and failure. Religions shape sacred narratives to reflect contemporary values, even as they claim eternal unchanging truth. Political movements reinterpret historical events to legitimize present agendas. This is not unique to any one culture or ideology. It is a universal human tendency, the same process that shapes individual memory now scaled up to the collective level. History, as it is taught and remembered, is not the past as it was. It is the past as it needs to be for the present to make sense. Think of how differently the same historical event is remembered by different groups. A war that one nation remembers as a defense of freedom, another remembers as imperialist aggression. A revolution that one side recalls as the birth of justice, the other recalls as the destruction of order. These are not simple lies, though lies may be involved. They are competing reconstructions of the past, each shaped by the needs and identities of the groups doing the remembering. Just as your brain fills in gaps in personal memory with plausible details that fit your self-narrative, cultures fill gaps in collective memory with myths, symbols, and stories that fit their understanding of who they are and what they stand for. The past is too complex, too chaotic, too full of contradictions to be remembered in its entirety. It must be simplified, shaped, given meaning. And so it is edited, and the edited version is passed down, and each generation edits it again, until the past becomes a kind of echo, recognizable in outline but transformed in substance, serving the needs of the present rather than representing the truth of what was. This is not to say that all versions of history are equally valid, or that truth does not exist, facts exist, events happened or did not happen. But the way those facts are assembled into narrative, the weight given to some details and not others, the emotional framing, the interpretation of cause and effect, all of this is reconstruction, and reconstruction is inherently subjective, shaped by the reconstructor. Collective memory, like individual memory, is a living process, fluid and fallible, constantly being rebuilt to serve the present. The stories we tell about our past, whether personal or national, are not fixed truths. They are ongoing creations revised with every retelling, every new perspective, every shift in what we need the past to mean. Now consider time itself, the medium in which memory supposedly operates. We think of memory as a way of preserving time, of holding on to moments that have slipped away. But the brain does not store time the way a clock measures it. Memory distorts time, compresses it, stretches it, rearranges it. Years of routine blur into nothingness, while seconds of terror or ecstasy expand into vast landscapes of experience. Ask someone to recount their childhood, and they will give you a handful of vivid scenes separated by oceans of blank space. The brain does not record everything. It records salience, moments that carried emotional weight or novelty or significance. The rest is discarded, not because it was unimportant to your life, but because it was not important to your brain's need to learn, adapt, and construct identity. The thousands of ordinary days are compressed into a vague sense of how things were, while a single extraordinary moment may be encoded with such intensity that it feels more real, more present than anything else. This phenomenon is called temporal compression, the brain's tendency to condense stretches of time into manageable units. It is why the older you get, the faster time seems to pass, not because time itself accelerates, but because fewer new memories are being formed. Childhood feels long because everything is novel, every experience is being encoded with attention and care. Adulthood, especially once routines are established, becomes a blur because the brain has seen it all before and sees no reason to record the repetition. The decades compress. What actually took years to live through is remembered as a brief period, a handful of snapshots standing in for the lived experience of countless days. Time in memory is not linear. It is a patchwork, a collage of moments stitched together with nothing in between, the brain's way of creating narrative from discontinuity. And emotional intensity plays a central role in how time is encoded. A car accident that lasts 3 seconds may be remembered as though it unfolded in slow motion, every detail crystalline and stretched out. A peaceful afternoon reading by a window may leave almost no memory at all, gone as soon as it is over. The brain prioritizes experiences that matter, that carry survival value or emotional significance. Fear, in particular, has a way of slowing down time in memory, etching every detail with unusual clarity. This is adaptive. If something threatens you, you need to remember it in order to avoid similar threats in the future. And so, the brain encodes danger with lavish attention, creating memories that feel hyper-real, more vivid than ordinary experience. But even these memories are reconstructions, subject to the same processes of distortion and revision as any other. The slowness, the clarity, these are effects produced during recall, not features of the original encoding. Time in memory is an illusion, a creation of the brain, as subjective and unreliable as every other aspect of how we remember. The subjective nature of time in memory reveals something profound about the relationship between past and present. When you remember an event, you're not travelling back to the moment it occurred. You're bringing it forward into the present, reconstructing it here and now. The memory exists only in this moment of recall, shaped by your current state of mind, your current understanding, your current needs. The past does not exist anywhere except as a pattern your brain is activating right now. And once this moment of recall ends, the past disappears again, leaving behind only the altered memory that will be recalled differently next time. The past is not a place you can visit. It is a process that happens in the present, over and over, each time creating something slightly different, an echo that grows fainter and more distorted with every repetition. But perhaps distortion is not the right word. Perhaps transformation is better, because what memory loses in accuracy, it gains in function. Forgetting, far from being a failure of the brain, is one of its most important capabilities. If you remembered everything, you would be paralyzed by detail, unable to extract patterns or meaning from the noise of experience. The brain forgets in order to learn, discards specifics in order to generalize, lets go of the past in order to navigate the future. Every act of forgetting is an act of creation, making space for new memories, new ideas, new versions of the self. The past must fade so that imagination can flourish. This is not a bug in the system, it is the system working as designed. Consider what it would mean to remember perfectly, to have every moment of your life preserved with total fidelity. At first, this might seem like a gift, an end to the frustration of forgotten names and misplaced keys. But think deeper. You would remember every mistake you ever made with agonizing clarity, every moment of pain and humiliation and grief preserved in perfect detail. You would remember every version of yourself, every belief you once held and later abandoned, every person you once were and no longer are. There would be no mercy of distance, no softening of edges, no ability to move on. The past would be an unbearable weight, crushing the present under its accumulated mass. Forgetting is not weakness, it is liberation. It allows you to change, to grow, to become someone new, without being forever shackled to who you were. The brain does not preserve the past for its own sake. It preserves only what is useful, and it constantly revises even that in light of new information and new needs. Memory is not a monument to what was, it is a tool for navigating what comes next, and so we arrive at a strange conclusion. The act of forgetting, of losing detail and distorting events and rewriting history, is not a flaw in how memory works, it is central to how memory creates meaning. By letting go of the unimportant, by editing the past to fit the present, the brain transforms raw experience into narrative, into identity, into knowledge that can guide future action. The past, as you remember it, is not the truth. But it is your truth, the version of history that makes sense given who you are now. And perhaps that is more valuable than accuracy. Perhaps what matters is not that memory preserves the past, but that it allows you to live in the present and move toward the future. The echo of the past is enough. It does not need to be the original sound. Which brings us to the haunting question at the heart of all this. If every memory is rebuilt differently each time we recall it, if the past changes with every act of remembering, then what is the past? Does it exist at all outside of our reconstructions of it? Or is the past simply a story we tell ourselves, a narrative built from fragments and imagination, forever changing, never fixed, always in the process of becoming something new? When you remember your childhood bedroom, are you remembering something that was, or are you inventing something that never existed in quite the way you now perceive it? The answer, uncomfortable as it may be, is that the past as you remember it is not the past as it was. The bedroom has been rebuilt by your brain, shaped by decades of subsequent experience, coloured by your current emotions, filled in with details borrowed from other rooms, other times. The version you remember is the one that fits the story of your life as you understand it now. And that story will change. A year from now, 5 years, 20, you will remember the bedroom differently again. The past will continue to evolve because the past is not a thing. It is a process. It is something you do, not something you access. And yet we need the past. We need to believe in it, to feel that our lives have continuity, that we are the same person we were yesterday and 10 years ago. Identity depends on memory, on the ability to construct a narrative that links who we are now to who we were then. Without memory, the self dissolves into an eternal present, disconnected and incoherent. And so the brain gives us memory, gives us the past, but not as it was. It gives us the past as we need it to be, as will support the self we are becoming. This is not deception, it is necessity. The past is rebuilt not to fool us, but to serve us, to provide the foundation for identity and meaning and growth. So perhaps the question should not be whether memory is accurate, but what memory is for. It is not for preserving history. It is for creating selves. It is not for recording truth. It is for generating meaning. The brain is not a camera or a hard drive. It is a storyteller, and like all storytellers, it shapes the narrative to serve the themes it cares about. The past is rewritten because the present demands it, because you are not the same person you were, because the story must evolve as you evolve. And in this sense, memory is not a failure when it distorts the past. It is succeeding at its true purpose, which is not to look backward with fidelity, but to move forward with coherence. We live in a world built on memory, on the assumption that what we remember is real and reliable. We build relationships on shared memories, construct identities from personal histories, base legal systems on the testimony of those who claim to remember what happened. And all of it is reconstruction. All of it is subject to the same processes of distortion and revision that make memory so unreliable. This is unsettling. It undermines our confidence in the solidity of the past, in the trustworthiness of our own minds. But it is also liberating. If the past is not fixed, then we are not fixed. If memory can change, then we can change. The story of who we are is not written in stone. It is being written now in this moment as we remember and reinterpret and reconstruct. The past does not determine the present. The present determines the past, and that means we have more power than we realize to shape the narrative of our lives, to decide what the past means and who we want to be in light of it. The echo of memory resonates through time, fainter with each repetition, transformed by each journey from past to present and back again. It is not the original sound, but it carries something of it, enough to give us a sense of where we came from, enough to anchor identity and continuity. And perhaps that is all we need. Not perfect recall, but the sense of a story, a thread connecting then to now. The brain gives us that thread, rebuilt and revised with every remembering, an echo that defines us even as it drifts further from the truth of what was. The past as we remember it may not be the past as it happened, but it is the past that made us who we are, and in that sense, it is the truest past of all. Yet this truth comes with consequences we rarely acknowledge. When two people remember the same event differently, we assume one must be right and the other wrong. The one memory is accurate while the other is distorted. But neuroscience suggests a more unsettling possibility. Both memories are reconstructions. Both are partial truths shaped by different perspectives, different emotional states, different needs. Neither person is lying. Neither is simply mistaken. They are both doing what the brain does, building a version of the past that makes sense from where they stand now. This is why family gatherings so often descend into arguments about what really happened years ago. Siblings remember their childhood home differently, because they were different people living different experiences in the same physical space. The youngest remembers protection and attention. The oldest remembers responsibility and burden. The middle child remembers being overlooked. Each memory is true to the person who holds it, reconstructed from fragments that carry different emotional weight for different minds. There is no objective past to settle the dispute, because the objective past exists nowhere except as patterns of neural activation that differ in every brain. This presents a fundamental challenge to how we think about knowledge itself. We build our understanding of the world on memory, on the ability to learn from experience and carry those lessons forward. But if every memory is unreliable, if the past changes each time we access it, then how can we trust anything we think we know? The answer lies in recognizing that memory was never designed for perfect accuracy. It was designed for survival, for extracting useful patterns from experience, for allowing organisms to adapt to changing environments. A perfectly accurate memory would be useless in a world that constantly changes, because it would encode circumstances that no longer apply. What matters is not whether you remember exactly what the predator looked like, but whether you remember enough to avoid similar threats in the future. What matters is not the precise details of how you solved a problem, but the general strategy you can apply to new problems. Memory sacrifices specificity for flexibility, accuracy for adaptability. It gives us not the truth of what was, but something more valuable, the wisdom to navigate what comes next. And so we live with memories that are simultaneously false and true, reconstructions that bear only partial resemblance to their origins, yet carry genuine insight distilled from experience. This paradox sits at the heart of what it means to be human. We are not rational creatures who occasionally make errors in judgment. We are storytelling creatures who construct reality through narrative, who create meaning by selecting and interpreting and revising. The past is our first and most persistent story, the foundation upon which all other stories are built. And like all stories, it is shaped by the teller, by the audience, by the purpose for which it is told. Your memory of meeting your best friend for the first time has been rebuilt dozens or hundreds of times, altered subtly by every subsequent interaction, every fight and reconciliation, every shared experience that deepened or strained the relationship. The memory you have now is coloured by your current feelings about that person, by whether the friendship has flourished or faded. You may remember yourself as more confident or more awkward than you actually were, may remember the other person as more impressive or more ordinary depending on how the relationship unfolded. The truth of that first meeting is lost, replaced by a version that fits the narrative of the friendship as you understand it now. This happens with all relationships, with all experiences that matter enough to be remembered repeatedly. Your memory of falling in love has been rebuilt so many times that it bears little resemblance to the actual sequence of events. If the relationship ended badly, you may now remember warning signs you did not actually notice at the time, your brain retroactively inserting skepticism to make sense of the outcome. If the relationship endured, you may remember the beginning as more magical than it was, the brain smoothing away the uncertainty and awkwardness to create a romantic origin story. Neither version is accurate, but both serve a purpose. They help you understand your life as a coherent narrative, as a story with causes and effects that make sense. The brain is not interested in preserving the messiness of reality. It is interested in creating meaning from that messiness, in finding patterns that can guide future choices, and so it edits ruthlessly, transforms constantly, rebuilds the past in service of the present. The implications extend beyond personal memory into the realm of expertise and learning. When we think of experts, we imagine people who have accumulated vast stores of accurate knowledge, who can recall facts and procedures with precision. But expertise is not about perfect memory. It is about pattern recognition, about having encountered enough situations that the brain can quickly reconstruct relevant knowledge when needed. A chess master does not remember every game they have ever played with photographic clarity. They remember patterns, positions that recur across many games, strategies that proved effective or ineffective. These memories are generalizations, abstractions distilled from countless specific experiences that have been largely forgotten. The details fade, but the patterns remain, constantly being revised as new experiences confirm or contradict them. This is how learning works at a fundamental level. The brain does not accumulate information like a database. It transforms information through repeated reconstruction, each recall an opportunity to strengthen important patterns and discard irrelevant details. Forgetting is not the opposite of learning. It is part of learning, the process by which the brain separates signal from noise, meaning from minutiae. Even our sense of continuity across time, the feeling that you are the same person who woke up this morning and the same person who graduated high school years ago, depends on memory's reconstructive process. You have no direct access to your past self. You know who you were only through memories that have been rebuilt countless times, shaped by everything that has happened since. The story of how you became who you are is a story you tell yourself, assembled from fragments, filled in with assumptions, revised with every major life change. When something significant happens, when you experience loss or achievement or transformation, you may find yourself remembering your past differently, reinterpreting events in light of new understanding. What once seemed like a random detour now appears as a crucial turning point. What felt like failure is reframed as necessary growth. The facts have not changed, but their meaning has, and in changing their meaning, you have changed the past itself. Identity is not built on a foundation of objective history. It is built on remembered history, on the ongoing reconstruction of who you have been in order to explain who you are becoming. This is simultaneously empowering and destabilizing. Empowering because it means you're not trapped by your past, not bound to a fixed history that determines your present. The past can be reinterpreted, reframed, given new meaning. Traumatic experiences can be processed and integrated rather than forever defining you. Mistakes can be understood as learning rather than permanent marks of failure. The story of your life is still being written, and part of that writing involves going back and revising earlier chapters, seeing them differently as you gain distance and perspective. But it is also destabilizing because it means you have no solid ground to stand on, no unchanging truth about where you came from. The past you remember today is not the past you will remember 10 years from now. Everything shifts, everything changes, and there is no way to recover the original, no way to know with certainty what actually happened versus what you have constructed in retrospect. You are building your identity on sand, on memories that dissolve and reform with every wave of recall. And yet we all do this, must do this, because there is no alternative. Memory is the only tool we have for knowing our own history, and memory is inherently reconstructive. Perhaps the most profound implication is what this reveals about the nature of time itself, or at least our experience of it. We think of time as a river flowing in one direction, carrying us from past through present toward future. But consciousness does not experience time this way. Consciousness exists only in the present moment, and in that present moment both past and future are constructions. The future is imagined, obviously, a projection of possibilities that may or may not come to pass. But the past is also imagined, reconstructed from fragments in a process not fundamentally different from how we envision the future. Both are acts of mental time travel, journeys made in the present moment to places that do not actually exist except as patterns of neural activity. The past is gone. The future has not arrived. Only now is real, and now contains nothing but the brain's ongoing efforts to create coherence from memory and anticipation. We are not beings who exist across time, accumulating experiences and carrying them forward. We are beings who exist in an eternal present, constantly reconstructing where we have been and where we might go, neither reconstruction fully real, both necessary for the story we tell ourselves about who we are. The echo of memory is all we have of yesterday, and it is enough, because it is all we ever had. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The sun hung fat and lazy over the backyard that summer, the kind that pressed down on everything like warm honey, and you, 7 years old with grass-stained knees and a popsicle melting faster than you could lick it, had all the time in the world. The afternoon stretched forward and back like taffy, endless in both directions. You could count the minutes in bug catches, in the number of times your mother called you in for water, in the exact pattern of shade creeping across the fence. That single day contained universes. It had weight. It had rooms you could walk through years later and still smell the cut grass, still feel the sticky purple drip on your wrist. Now you're older. Not old, just older. And last year? Last year is a smudge. A few birthday candles, a work project that bled into 3 months, an argument you can't quite reconstruct, and a vacation that felt like it happened to someone else. The rest is a hum, a grey stretch of sameness that folded in on itself and vanished like steam. You blinked, and 12 months collapsed into what feels like a long weekend. Where did it go? You ask, as if time were a set of keys you misplaced. But time didn't go anywhere. Time never does. It ticks forward at the same merciless pace it always has, 1 second per second, as reliable as gravity, and just as indifferent to your feelings about it. What changed wasn't the clock. What changed was you. Specifically, what changed was the way your brain now watches that clock, records it, compresses it, and plays it back to you in a version so condensed it barely casts a shadow. Time doesn't speed up. But perception does, and the story of why your childhood summer felt like an epoch, while your adult year feels like a sneeze, is written not in calendars but in neurons, in the architecture of memory, in the way your brain decides what to keep and what to discard like breadcrumbs no one bothered to follow. Your brain does not have a clock, not the way a watch does, with gears and springs and a face that tells the truth whether you like it or not. What it has instead is something far stranger and more fragile, a collection of internal rhythms, guesses and neural approximations that add up to what we experience as duration. It's a system built less on precision and more on good enough estimation. The kind of thing evolution cobbled together because knowing roughly how long a predator has been circling is more useful than knowing exactly. And so we walk through life with a sense of time that is at its core constructed, invented. A story the brain tells itself about how long things have been happening, based on clues that have almost nothing to do with actual seconds ticking by. The brain estimates duration through what researchers call temporal binding windows, brief intervals during which separate sensory events get stitched together into a single experience. A sound and a flash of light, arriving milliseconds apart, feel simultaneous because your brain binds them into one moment. The width of that window, the speed at which your neurons process and integrate information, shapes how you perceive the passage of time. When the brain is processing quickly, when it's firing efficiently and binding events in rapid succession, time feels stretched. More ticks, more moments, more duration. When processing slows, when the system lags, time compresses. Fewer ticks, fewer moments, less to hold on to. There's also neural latency, the tiny delay between when something happens in the world and when your brain registers it. That gap is filled in, smoothed over, predicted by a system that hates uncertainty more than it loves accuracy. Your brain is constantly guessing what comes next, filling in blanks before the information arrives, and when it guesses correctly, it doesn't bother writing the event down in detail. Predictable things barely register. Surprising things, novel things, those get flagged, encoded, remembered. And memory, as it turns out, is the secret ingredient in how we judge duration after the fact. We don't measure time as it passes. We measure it in reverse, looking back at the density of what we remember, and from that density we infer how long it must have felt. If the memory is thick, textured, full of details and scenes and sensory snapshots, we conclude that the period must have been long. If the memory is thin, a blank stretch with only a few landmarks, we conclude it was short. But here's the trick. The actual duration never changed. What changed was how much of it we bothered to encode. Childhood is thick. Every day brings firsts. First time tying your shoes, First time riding a bike without training wheels. First time your best friend moves away and you learn what loss tastes like. Each of these events is novel, emotionally charged, sensorially rich. Your brain, encountering something new, encodes it with care. It lays down memory traces like a cartographer mapping uncharted land, capturing textures, sounds, smells, the exact angle of sunlight, the way your stomach dropped when the bike wobbled. Dense encoding means dense memory. Dense memory means long feeling time. The brain looks back at that summer afternoon and sees a landscape with hills and valleys, trees and rivers, places to revisit. It concludes, based on all that detail, that the afternoon must have lasted forever. Adulthood is thin. Most days are repeats. You wake at the same time, drink the same coffee, take the same route to work, respond to the same kinds of emails, eat lunch at your desk while scrolling the same apps, come home, make dinner, watch something you'll forget by morning, and go to bed. None of this is bad. Much of it is necessary. But none of it is novel, and your brain, efficient creature that it is, sees no reason to encode the same pattern for the 1000th time. Why waste resources writing down Tuesday when Tuesday is identical to Monday? And so it doesn't. It compresses, it smooths, it writes a single entry labelled work week and moves on. Later, when you try to remember, there's almost nothing there. A blur, a smudge. The brain looks back and sees a flat, featureless plane. It concludes, based on the lack of detail, that the time must have passed quickly. But the time passed the same. What vanished was the record. Novelty expands time, not in the moment, necessarily, but in retrospect. When you encounter something unexpected, something that doesn't fit the pattern, your brain snaps to attention. It stops running on autopilot and starts recording in high definition. Psychologists call this the oddball effect. A series of identical beeps followed by a honk. The honk feels longer, not because it objectively lasted longer, but because your brain devoted more processing power to it. The unfamiliar gets flagged, scrutinized, encoded with extra detail. That extra detail, later, creates the sensation of expanded duration. You remember more, so it feels like more time passed. The opposite is also true. Routine collapses time. When every day is the same, when the pattern repeats without variation, the brain treats it like a looping GIF. It encodes the first instance, maybe the second, and then it stops paying attention. The rest is implied, inferred, compressed into a mental shorthand that, when recalled, yields almost nothing. Weeks vanish. Months fold in on themselves. You emerge on the other side wondering where it all went, not realizing that it never got written down in the first place. This is why the first day of school feels endless, and the 50th feels like it never happened. Why the first time you drove to a new friend's house took forever, and the 100th time took no time at all. Why the first kiss with a new person stretches into a small eternity, and the 1000th kiss with a long partner, though no less meaningful, barely registers as a moment. First times are thick, repeated times are thin. The brain is optimizing for efficiency, not nostalgia. It assumes you don't need to remember every iteration of the same thing, and it's right from a survival standpoint. But from a living standpoint, from the standpoint of a human trying to feel like their life is more than a smudge, it creates a problem. The more your life consists of patterns, of routines, of predictable loops, the less of it gets encoded. The less gets encoded, the shorter it feels. And the shorter it feels, the faster the years seem to fly. Your brain is a prediction machine. It doesn't passively receive the world. It actively guesses what's coming next, fills in gaps, smooths over rough edges, and presents you with a tidy, coherent experience that feels like direct perception, but is actually a heavily edited reconstruction. This system, called predictive processing, is wildly efficient. It allows you to navigate the world without constantly recomputing every detail. You don't need to consciously decode every letter in a sentence because your brain predicts the words before you finish reading them. You don't need to process every frame of a familiar face because your brain fills in the expected features before the visual data arrives. This is useful. This is what allows you to function at speed. But it comes at a cost. When the brain predicts accurately, when the world unfolds exactly as expected, it doesn't bother encoding the event in detail. Why write down something you already knew was going to happen? The prediction itself becomes the memory. And predictions are thin. They're sketches, not paintings. They're placeholders. Later, when you try to recall the day, all you find is the prediction. A vague sense that something happened. A label. Worked. Ate. Watched TV. But no texture. No scenes. No moments you can sink your teeth into. This is why predictable stretches of life compress so dramatically. The brain, having accurately predicted the pattern, sees no reason to devote resources to encoding it. The days blur together because they were never distinct to begin with. They were variations on a theme the brain had already internalized, and so the record is sparse. A year of repetition leaves behind the memory footprint of a week. The more predictable your life becomes, the more the brain compresses it. The more it compresses it, the faster time seems to move. You're not losing time, you're losing the record of time. And without a record, without a dense trail of memories to look back on, the sensation is indistinguishable from speed. The year didn't fly by. It just failed to leave a mark. Emotion stretches time, but not in the way you'd think. High arousal, the kind that comes with fear or awe or sudden joy, doesn't actually make the moment last longer as it's happening. The clock still ticks at the same rate. What changes is how you remember it. When you're in a heightened emotional state, your brain floods the system with neurochemicals. Adrenaline, noradrenaline, dopamine. These chemicals enhance encoding. They tell the brain, this matters, write it down, remember this. And the brain obliges. It lays down memory traces with extra detail, extra vividness, extra sensory information. Later, when you recall the event, that density of detail creates the impression of expanded time. The moment feels long because you remember so much of it. The car swerved. You remember the screech of tyres, the smell of burnt rubber, the angle of the sun through the windshield, the exact expression on the driver's face. All of that gets encoded in what was objectively a 2-second event. But 2 seconds encoded with the density of 20 seconds feels, in retrospect, like 20 seconds. Boredom does the opposite. Low arousal, the kind that comes with waiting in line or sitting through a meeting that should have been an email, makes time drag in the moment but compress in memory. While you're bored, you're acutely aware of every second. You check the clock. You sigh. You feel the weight of duration pressing down on you like a damp blanket. But your brain, lacking any stimulation worth encoding, writes almost nothing down. Later, the boring stretch is a blank. You remember that you were bored, but you don't remember the boredom itself. The memory is thin. And thin memories, as we've established, feel short. This is the paradox of prospective versus retrospective time. Prospective time is how long something feels while it's happening. Retrospective time is how long it feels when you look back. Boredom stretches prospective time and compresses retrospective time. Novelty and emotion do the opposite. They make the moment feel normal as it passes and long when you remember it. The more emotionally charged and novel your life, the slower time feels in hindsight. The more flat and routine, the faster it vanishes. Attention is the gate. It decides what becomes time and what dissolves into nothing. You can be present in a moment, physically there, body occupying space. But if your attention is elsewhere, splintered across a dozen distractions, the moment doesn't register. It doesn't encode. It doesn't become memory. And without memory, it doesn't contribute to your sense of duration. You lose it. Not because it didn't happen, but because you weren't there for it. Divided attention, the kind that comes with multitasking or stress or simply existing in a world designed to fragment focus, makes time blur. You spend an hour scrolling your phone while half watching a show while occasionally replying to a text. Later, you have no memory of the hour. It's gone. Not because the hour didn't pass, but because your attention never landed anywhere long enough to encode anything. The hour dissolved in real time. Mindful attention does the opposite. When you bring your full focus to a single thing, when you attend deeply to the present moment without splitting yourself across tasks, the moment thickens. You notice more. You encode more. The grain of wood on the table, the exact colour of the tea in your cup, the sound of rain on glass. These details, noticed and encoded, become the threads that stitch together the memory of the moment. Later, the memory is rich, and rich memories feel long. This is why people report that meditation done consistently seems to slow their experience of time, not because meditation bends physics, but because it trains attention. And attention determines what gets remembered. What gets remembered determines how long life feels. You can't change the clock, but you can change how much of the clock you actually experience by deciding where you place your gaze. Cultures that organise life around events rather than clocks experience time differently. In many traditional societies, time is measured not by hours, but by happenings. Planting time, harvest time, the time before the rains, the time after the wedding. Life is structured around anchors, rituals, transitions, moments that mark before and after. These anchors create memory density. They break the monotony. They introduce rhythm and variation and a sense of narrative progression. Time doesn't fly when there are clear chapters. It unfolds in stages, each one distinct from the last. Modern industrialised life, by contrast, is dominated by clock time, uniform hours, 40-hour weeks, annual cycles that repeat with little variation. It's efficient for productivity, but it's terrible for memory. When life is parcelled out in identical units, when weeks blur into months and months into years, the brain has nothing to anchor to. The timeline flattens. Time speeds up. This is also why life stages feel so distinct when you're young, and so blurred when you're older. Childhood has built-in transitions, preschool to kindergarten to elementary to middle school to high school. Each transition is a new world, new teachers, new friends, new rules, new challenges. The brain encodes each stage as a separate chapter. Later you can distinguish between them. You remember the textures of each era. Adulthood, by contrast, often lacks these transitions. You graduate, you get a job, and then what? Years pass. The job changes, maybe, but the structure stays the same. Wake, work, eat, sleep, repeat. No rituals marking the passage, no clear before and after. Just a long, undifferentiated stretch. The brain compresses it. Time accelerates. Cultures that build in rituals, celebrations, seasonal markers, communal transitions, they create memory scaffolds. They slow time not by changing the clock, but by changing what gets written down. Sleep is memory's sculptor. Without it, the record crumbles. During sleep, particularly during REM and slow wave stages, the brain consolidates the day's experiences. It sorts signal from noise, strengthens important connections, prunes irrelevant details, and integrates new information into the existing web of memory. Poor sleep disrupts this process. Memories don't solidify, details blur. The next day feels vague, thin, harder to recall. String together weeks of poor sleep and the timeline starts to dissolve. Days bleed into each other. The sense of progression weakens. Time as a subjective experience compresses because the memories that would anchor it never fully formed. Circadian rhythms also shape perception. When your internal clock is aligned with the external day, when you wake with the sun and wind down with the dark, your brain functions at its best. Encoding is sharper, attention is stronger, memory consolidation is more efficient. When your rhythms are disrupted, when you're jet-lagged or shift-working or staring at screens until 3 a.m, everything flattens. Moments pass but don't register. The day feels like it happened to someone else. Over time, chronically disrupted rhythms create chronically thin memories. Time speeds up not because you're older, but because your system, out of sync, has stopped reliably recording. Restorative rhythms, aligned with natural light and consistent sleep, preserve detail. They stabilize the system. They give the brain the conditions it needs to lay down thick memory. And thick memory, as we know, slows time. So what do? How do you slow the years when your brain is optimized for compression, when routine is unavoidable, when attention is under siege from 1,000 buzzing distractions? You don't fight the clock. You can't. But you can change the record. You can thicken the timeline by feeding your brain the raw materials it needs to encode duration. Novelty, first. Small doses. You don't need to quit your job and backpack through Mongolia, though if you can, go for it. What you need are micro-adventures, interruptions in the pattern. Take a different route home. Not every day, but once a week. Drive through a neighbourhood you've never seen. Walk a trail instead of your usual sidewalk. Eat lunch somewhere new. Try a recipe you've never made. Read a genre you usually avoid. These are not grand gestures. They're tiny ruptures in routine. But ruptures create encoding. The brain notices. It writes the moment down. And the accumulation of noticed moments over weeks and months creates a thicker timeline. The year feels longer because the record is denser. Attention practice. Slow gaze. This is as simple as it sounds. Once a day, pick an object. A tree, a cup, a crack in the ceiling. Spend 3 minutes looking at it, not thinking about it, not analysing it, just looking. Notice the colours, the textures, the way light hits it, the shadows. Your mind will wander, let it, then bring it back. This is not meditation, though it's related. It's attention weight training. You're building the capacity to stay present with a single thing. Over time, that capacity bleeds into the rest of your life. You notice more, you encode more, the moments thicken. Breath pacing works similarly. Slow, deliberate breaths for 2 minutes. Count them, if it helps. 4 seconds in, 6 seconds out. This isn't about relaxation, though it relaxes. It's about giving your attention a single task and holding it there. That act of holding, repeated, trains the system. Single task presence reps. Do one thing without doing another thing at the same time. Eat lunch without looking at your phone. Walk without listening to a podcast. Wash the dishes without planning tomorrow. This feels impossible at first, almost offensive to the productivity-obsessed part of your brain that insists you should always be optimizing. Ignore that part. It's lying to you. Doing one thing fully encodes the thing. Doing 3 things shallowly encodes nothing. You lose all 3. Pick one. Be there. Let the moment have weight. Memory scaffolds. Every evening write 3 scenes from the day. Not a diary entry, not reflections or feelings. Just 3 moments. The way the light looked at noon. The expression on a coworker's face. The sound of the door closing behind you. 3 sensory snapshots. This does 2 things. First, it forces you to pay attention during the day because you know you'll need to recall something later. Second, it creates a record where one might not have formed naturally. Later, when you look back, instead of a blank stretch, you have scenes. The timeline thickens. Weekly photo walks. Once a week, take your phone, walk for 30 minutes, and photograph things. Not selfies, not your food, just things that catch your eye. Light on a wall. A weird sign. A tree shaped like a question mark. The act of looking for something worth photographing trains attention. The photos become anchors. Later, scrolling through them, you remember the walk. You remember the week. The memory density increases. Intentional firsts. Once a month, do something you've never done. It doesn't have to be extreme. Visit a museum you've never been to. Try a sport you've always dismissed. Attend a lecture on a topic you know nothing about. Cook a cuisine you've never attempted. The first time has texture. The brain encodes it. The month that contained a first feels longer than the month that didn't. String together a year of firsts and the year stretches. Not because more time passed, but because more of it got written down. Awe hunts, awe dilates time. Studies show that experiencing awe, that feeling of vastness and wonder, makes people feel like they have more time, not metaphorically. They literally estimate durations as longer after an awe experience. The mechanism is encoding. Awe captures attention completely. It floods the system with arousal. The brain writes everything down. Later the memory is dense, the moment feels long, so hunt for awe. It doesn't require mountains or oceans, though those help. It requires attention to scale, to beauty, to the strange fact of existence. Lie on your back and watch clouds. Stare at the night sky. Visit a cathedral or a canyon or a museum with art that makes you feel small. Watch a murmuration of starlings. Listen to a piece of music that makes your chest ache. Awe is available. You just have to look for it. And when you find it, it thickens time. Rhythm hygiene. Sleep at consistent times. Get sunlight in the morning. Move your body most days. Not because you should, but because these rhythms stabilize the system that encodes time. A well-rested, circadian-aligned, physically active brain lays down clearer memories. It processes experience with more fidelity. The timeline it creates is sharper. The years feel slower not because they objectively are, but because the record is intact. You can't change the clock, but you can change how much of the clock you're awake for, present for, encoding. You can change the record, and the record is the only thing that matters when you look back and ask where the time went. The sun is still fat and lazy, same as it was when you were 7, same as it will be when you're 70. The afternoon still stretches forward, same golden light, same shadows creeping across the fence. The clock still ticks 1 second per second, indifferent and relentless. What changed isn't time. What changed is the thickness of your experience, the density of your memory, the quality of your attention. The years vanish not because they speed up, but because they fail to leave a mark. They pass through you like water through a sieve, leaving almost nothing behind. And so when you look back, you see a blur, a smudge, a sense that it all happened too fast. But it didn't. It happened at exactly the pace it always does. You just weren't recording it. The good news, the strange and almost ridiculous good news, is that you can change this. Not by stopping time or slowing the clock or reversing the aging process, but by changing the record, by feeding your brain the raw materials it needs to encode duration, novelty, attention, emotion, awe, rest, rhythm. These aren't tricks. They're not hacks. They're the fundamental ingredients of subjective time. The more of them you include in your life, the thicker your timeline becomes. The thicker your timeline, the slower time feels when you look back. The years widen, not because they contain more hours, but because they contain more moments, more scenes, more textures, more things worth remembering. So take the long way home, not because it's faster, because it's different, because the brain will notice. Walk slower, not because you have time to waste, but because walking slowly is a kind of attention, and attention is what turns seconds into experiences. Look at things, deeply, like you're seeing them for the first or last time. Notice the grain of the wood, the colour of the sky, the exact sound of rain on glass. These details are not poetic flourishes, they're the threads that stitch together the memory of being alive. Without them, life compresses into nothing. With them, it expands. It fills the container of your years with something other than routine and blur and vague recollection. Take 5 slow breaths. Right now, if you can. Not because you need to relax, though you might, but because those 5 breaths, noticed and counted, will be 5 moments you were actually present for. 5 moments that might encode. 5 moments that might, later, contribute to the sense that this day, this week, this year had weight. That it wasn't just something that happened to you while you were thinking about something else. That you were here for it. That it counted. Time isn't just passed. It's composed, second by second, choice by choice, moment of attention by moment of attention. You are, right now, building the timeline you'll look back on. You're deciding, whether you realise it or not, how thick that timeline will be, how much of it will remain, how long this year will feel when you reach its end and turn around to see where you've been. The clock will do what it does. It will tick forward without mercy or pause, but the record, the memory, the subjective sensation of duration, that's yours. Fill it with detail, and it slows. Let it stay sparse, and it vanishes. The years don't have to disappear. They just need to be noticed, and noticing, it turns out, is the only magic we have. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. We open with a quiet provocation. What if the life you think you're choosing has already been drafted by a mind you cannot see? Picture yourself at this very moment, reading these words, believing you are the conscious author of your attention, the deliberate captain steering your focus across this page. But what if, in the milliseconds before you turned your gaze here, in the hours before you decided to read, in the years before you became the kind of person who seeks this kind of understanding, something beneath awareness was already writing the script? What if there exists within you a second author, tireless and unseen, composing the choices you will call your own? This is the story of the second self, the subconscious system that anticipates, primes, and steers our choices before consciousness arrives to claim them. It is a story about time and authorship, about the strange truth that much of our life is pre-written, in processes that unfold beneath the threshold of awareness, sometimes in milliseconds, sometimes across years. We tend to imagine ourselves as singular beings, unified and sovereign, making decisions through pure deliberation and will. But the evidence from neuroscience, psychology and lived experience suggests something more complex and more humbling. We are double-authored creatures, with one self writing in darkness and speed, and another reading those drafts in the light, mistaking interpretation for creation. Consider what happens in your brain when you make the simplest choice, reaching for a glass of water or deciding to stand. Classical neuroscience studies, beginning decades ago and refined through modern imaging, reveal something startling. Your brain initiates the movement before you experience the conscious intention to move. Readiness potentials, electrical signatures of motor preparation, appear in brain activity up to several seconds before you feel you have decided. The signal propagates through motor cortex, assembling the architecture of action, while your conscious awareness lags behind, like a narrator arriving to a scene already in motion. What you experience as decision, as the moment of choice, is actually a moment of recognition, of becoming aware of a process that has already begun. The brain moves first. Consciousness catches up and, in catching up, tells itself a story about agency and deliberation that reverses the actual sequence of events. This is not to say you're an automaton, or that free will is illusion, at least not in any simple sense. Rather, it suggests that what we call the self is not a single thing, but a collaboration, often an unconscious one, between systems that operate on different timescales and with different kinds of access to information. The first self, the one you identify with, the I that narrates your inner monologue, is a late-stage editor working with material already drafted. The second self, operating in the neurological infrastructure beneath, is the original author, the one who writes the opening lines before you arrive to revise them. In simple motor choices, this authorship gap measures in seconds. But the architecture runs deeper. Pre-decision neural signals have been detected for more complex choices as well, predictions assembling in networks distributed across prefrontal cortex, striatum, and insula, biasing outcomes before deliberation formally begins. Choice often arrives pre-formed. Awareness is the commentary track, not the director's cut. But the second self's authorship extends far beyond momentary decisions. It operates continuously as a setup artist, a priming engine that shapes what you will see, feel, and choose by preparing the ground before you step onto it. Cognitive science has demonstrated for decades that subtle cues, things so brief or peripheral they never enter awareness, can prime perception and behaviour in measurable ways. A word flashed too quickly to read consciously can make related concepts more accessible, biasing how you interpret the next ambiguous image or sentence. A pleasant scent in a room can increase helping behaviour. Warm objects held in hand can make people judge others as having warmer personalities. Exposure to images of money makes people less generous and more self-reliant. These are not party tricks, but fundamental features of how the brain works. It is a prediction engine, constantly forecasting the next moment based on past patterns, and those forecasts shape what we see, feel, and choose to fit the predictions. Predictive processing models, one of the dominant frameworks in contemporary neuroscience, argue that the brain does not passively receive and interpret the world. Instead, it actively predicts the sensory signals it expects to encounter, generating a model of reality before reality arrives, and then comparing incoming data against that model. What reaches consciousness is not raw perception, but the difference between prediction and input, the surprise that needs explaining. When predictions match closely, experience feels smooth and automatic. When predictions fail, attention spikes, and learning occurs. But most of the time, most of what you experience as the world is actually your brain's best guess about the world, a simulation running slightly ahead of the evidence. The subconscious writes setups, expectations woven from memory and context, and your conscious mind fills them in as reality, rarely noticing the authorship. You walk into a room and see what your prediction engine expects to be there, only consciously registering the lamp if it is missing or has moved. You hear words your brain predicts from sentence structure and context, sometimes failing to notice when the actual sound contradicts expectation. The second self drafts the scene, and the first self, reading smoothly, assumes it saw the original. This predictive architecture becomes especially powerful when it automates behaviour into habit. Habits are these second self's most efficient scripts, encoding past choices into neural shortcuts that run with minimal conscious oversight. The basal ganglia, deep brain structures involved in learning and action selection, gradually encode repeated sequences: context cue, action, outcome. Over time, the context alone triggers the action, bypassing deliberative circuits entirely. You walk into your kitchen and reach for the coffee without deciding, the morning routine unfolding as a single chunked behaviour. You drive the familiar route home on autopilot, arriving to discover you remember almost nothing of the journey. Heuristics work similarly in decision-making, mental shortcuts that deliver fast answers by substituting hard questions with easier ones. Availability. Heuristic makes vivid, recent, or emotionally charged examples feel more probable than they are. Anchoring heuristic lets the first number, mentioned in a negotiation, set the reference point for all subsequent judgments, even when that number is arbitrary. Loss aversion makes potential losses loom larger than equivalent gains, tilting risk calculations in predictable directions. These shortcuts evolved for efficiency, freeing cognitive bandwidth for novelty and threat, but they also narrow the paths we walk. Much of daily life runs on autopilot loops, yesterday's patterns becoming today's script, the second self endlessly recopying previous drafts with minor variations. And then there is the night, the hours when the first self goes offline and the second self conducts its most thorough revision. Sleep is not cessation but transformation, a state in which the brain remains metabolically active, replaying and reshaping the day's experience. During REM sleep, when most vivid dreaming occurs, the brain reactivates neural patterns associated with recent events, especially those tagged with emotional significance, and integrates them with older memories, strengthening some connections and pruning others. Dreams themselves, those strange narratives assembled from memory fragments, emotional residue, and sensory noise, may serve as emotional processing, rehearsals of threat response, memory consolidation, or creative recombination of ideas in novel configurations. The evidence is still debated, but what is clear is that sleep changes the story. Information learned before sleep is retained differently than information followed by waking hours. Emotional tone of dreams correlates with next-day mood and stress resilience. Sleep deprivation impairs impulse control, emotional regulation, and cognitive flexibility, effectively weakening the first self's editorial capacity and letting the second self's automatic scripts run with less supervision. Even the quality and timing of sleep, governed by circadian processes we do not consciously control, biases how we will meet tomorrow. The second self edits the story while we sleep, revising memory, recalibrating emotion, sometimes reframing the very problems we will wake to solve. This temporal architecture of the self extends to the body's biological rhythms, internal clocks that modulate our capacities across the day. Circadian rhythms, the roughly 24-hour cycles governed by the suprachiasmatic nucleus in the hypothalamus, regulate not just sleep and wakefulness but also body temperature, hormone release, digestion, and cognitive performance. Attention peaks in late morning for most people, declines in the afternoon, and rebounds somewhat in early evening before dropping again at night. Impulse control follows a similar curve, strongest when rested, weakening across the day as glucose and willpower reserves deplete. Risk tolerance shifts with time of day. Judges are more likely to grant parole in the morning than before lunch, when decision fatigue sets in. Ultradian rhythms, cycles shorter than a day, modulate attention and energy in 90-minute waves, the same periodicity seen in sleep cycles. Hormonal tides add another layer. Cortisol peaks at waking to mobilize energy. Melatonin rises at night to promote sleep. Testosterone levels follow daily patterns that influence competitiveness and libido. Metabolic states matter too. Hunger makes people more irritable and impulsive. Blood sugar crashes impair executive function. All these rhythms operate largely outside awareness. Internal clocks setting the beats our story tends to follow, the second self scheduling the conditions under which the first self will attempt to choose. But the second self is not only personal, it is also collective, woven from the cultural scripts and archetypal myths we inherit without choosing them. Language itself primes thought in subtle ways. The metaphors embedded in your native tongue, the way it structures time and agency, the concepts it makes easy or difficult to express, all shape the predictions your brain generates about how the world works. Social norms, absorbed from childhood observation and correction, create powerful implicit expectations about appropriate behaviour in various contexts, often bypassing deliberative reasoning entirely. You feel uncomfortable speaking loudly in a library before you think about why. You mirror the body language of people you're talking to without noticing. Rituals, from religious ceremonies to birthday traditions to morning coffee routines, provide structure and meaning through repetition, their power lying precisely in their predictability, the way they let the second self run a familiar, emotionally resonant script. Archetypal myths, the recurring narrative patterns found across cultures, hero's journey, trickster, rebirth, betrayal, redemption, supply templates our private lives often reenact, without recognizing the source. You experience your romantic relationship as unique and chosen, but its arc may follow patterns scripted by 1,000 stories encountered before you met. The collective subconscious, to borrow Jung's term, supplies templates our private second selves use to draft individual experience. We don't just have a second self, we share one, a vast inherited library of predictions and patterns that shape what feels natural, desirable, dangerous, or destined. When we trace these threads together, neuroscience, cognition, habits, sleep, rhythm, culture, a larger picture emerges about time and selfhood. The second self is fundamentally a foreshadowing machine. It predicts near-future outcomes, from the next millisecond's sensory input to tomorrow's social encounter, and steers behaviour toward those predictions. This is adaptive. A brain that anticipates is a brain that survives. But over longer timescales, repeated predictions become something more than forecast. They become identity. If your subconscious systems consistently predict that social interactions will be awkward, they will prime body language, attention patterns, and interpretations that make awkwardness more likely, and those experiences will reinforce the prediction, tightening the loop. If your habits and heuristics predict that efforts at change will fail, they will subtly sabotage new routines, and the failures will confirm the prediction. Anticipation is authorship. The future you meet is often the future you anticipated into being, not through mystical manifestation, but through the mundane mechanics of prediction shaping perception, shaping action, shaping outcome. The second self writes forward in time, drafting tomorrow from the patterns of yesterday, and the first self, arriving to read the result, believes it chose freely. This architecture raises urgent questions about responsibility and freedom. If the second self drafts choices before consciousness arrives, if subconscious predictions and primes shape behaviour more than deliberate reasoning, what becomes of moral responsibility, personal agency, the entire edifice of meaning built on the assumption that we are the authors of our actions? The question has troubled philosophers and neuroscientists, sometimes leading to hard determinism, the view that free will is simply illusion, and we are no more responsible for our actions than a falling rock is for its trajectory. But there is a more nuanced position, one that acknowledges the second self without erasing the first. Compatibilism, in various forms, argues that freedom is not about originating choices from nothing, not about being an unmoved mover, but about acting from one's own character, values, and deliberative processes, even if those themselves have causes. More practically, it suggests that freedom lies not in controlling the first impulse, which often we cannot, but in shaping the author, training the habits, environments, and attention patterns that generate those impulses. You cannot decide not to feel hungry, but you can decide what food is available when hunger arrives. You cannot will away the readiness potential, but you can practice noticing impulses before acting on them, creating a gap in which choice becomes possible. This shifts the locus of agency from the moment of decision to the structure of conditions surrounding it. Responsibility becomes less about the isolated choice and more about the longer work of curating the second self, training it through deliberate practice, environmental design, and narrative framing so that the drafts it produces align more closely with the life the first self wants to live. Sleep hygiene becomes an ethical practice because it protects the nocturnal editor's capacity to regulate emotion and consolidate learning. Media diet becomes consequential because the images, stories, and ideas you consume become the raw material from which the subconscious builds predictions. Deliberate rituals, intention setting, mindful interrupts, these are not mere self-help techniques, but levers for rewriting the draft before it reaches consciousness. The second self learns from experience, which means experience can be designed to teach it. You cannot control the author behind the author, but you can influence what it reads, when it rests, what patterns it practices, and gradually, over time, what it writes. Concrete strategies emerge from this understanding. Environment design matters more than willpower. If you want to eat healthier, don't rely on resisting temptation in the moment. Instead, remove junk food from your home so the second self's automatic reach finds fruit instead of chips. Place friction on harmful routines by adding inconvenient steps, removing cues that trigger them, making the default path lead somewhere better. Amplify helpful cues by designing environments that make desired behaviours easier and more visible. If you want to exercise in the morning, lay out workout clothes the night before so the visual cue primes action before deliberation can object. Ritual timing aligns effort with biology. Tackle cognitively demanding work during your circadian peak, usually mid to late morning, when attention and impulse control are strongest. Protect sleep boundaries, making them as non-negotiable as meetings, because stable sleep stabilizes the editor. Use ultradian rhythms by working in focused intervals with breaks to match the 90-minute attention cycles. Attention training through mindfulness or metacognitive practice helps notice impulses sooner, creating a brief window between trigger and action where choice can intervene. Reframing techniques, cognitive reappraisal of stressful situations, gratitude practices that shift attention toward positive predictions alter the predictive models the subconscious uses. Narrative updates, journal prompts that explicitly recode identity statements, I am the kind of person who finishes projects, or I am someone who stays calm under pressure, gradually train the second self to generate drafts consistent with that identity. Tiny gateways, micro habits so small they bypass resistance, reading one page, doing one push-up, writing one sentence, tip the next choice before it appears, because the second self predicts continuation once momentum begins. Edit the prelude, and you change the plot. The image that emerges is neither the traditional model of unitary selfhood, nor a deterministic denial of agency, but something stranger and more collaborative. 2 pens on 1 page. The second self writes fast in the dark, drafting from habit, rhythm, emotion, prediction, culture, biology, all the systems that move beneath awareness. The first self writes slowly in the light, revising, reflecting, sometimes catching patterns the subconscious missed, sometimes rationalizing drafts it cannot change. Life's craft is not silencing the unseen author, which is impossible, nor pretending the conscious self writes alone, which is false. The craft is collaboration, learning the second self's language, rhythms and needs, and shaping the conditions, cues, stories and structures that guide what it writes. This is not control but influence, not mastery but partnership. You cannot rewrite the opening line that has already appeared, but you can learn to write the next paragraph differently, and in doing so change the trajectory of the story. The truth is that you have always been double-authored, always lived in the strange temporal gap between the brain's first movement and awareness's arrival. The question is not whether the second self exists. It does, in every impulse, every primed perception, every habitual action, every dream-revised memory, but whether you will work with it or against it, whether you will learn its patterns and needs and shape them, or simply be carried by drafts you never see coming. The subconscious writes the opening line, but the ending is still being drafted moment by moment, choice by choice, condition by condition, and you, the slow writer reading fast drafts, have more influence over that ending than you might think. Not unlimited influence, not godlike authorship, but enough to matter, enough to steer, over time and with patience, toward a story worth reading. So the final question stands: if the subconscious writes the opening line, can we learn to write the next paragraph, and in doing so, change the ending? The answer is yes, but only if we first accept the collaboration, only if we stop pretending we are singular authors and start learning to work with the author behind the author, the second self that has been writing your life all along. But accepting this collaboration requires something uncomfortable, surrendering the illusion of complete conscious control while simultaneously embracing a deeper form of responsibility. This paradox sits at the heart of what it means to live as a double-authored being. When you realize that your conscious mind is not the sole architect of your choices, the initial reaction might be deflation, even nihilism. If I didn't really choose, if my brain decided before I knew I was deciding, then what am I? What does anything mean? But this reaction itself reveals an assumption worth examining: the belief that significance requires absolute origination, that value depends on being an unmoved mover, a consciousness floating free of causation and biology. What if meaning lies not in transcending the second self, but in engaging it more skillfully? Consider an artist working with a particular medium. A sculptor does not choose the properties of bronze or marble. Those properties are given, constraints and affordances determined by physics and chemistry. Yet the sculptor is not thereby robbed of creativity or agency. Mastery consists precisely in understanding the medium deeply enough to work with its nature rather than against it, to make what the material wants to become while guiding it toward a vision. The second self is your medium. It has properties, tendencies, rhythms and patterns you did not choose. Your conscious mind cannot rewrite those fundamental features any more than a sculptor can make stone behave like clay. But you can learn the medium. You can discover what conditions make the second self generate certain kinds of drafts. You can introduce new patterns through repetition until they become part of the automatic repertoire. You can remove yourself from environments that trigger unwanted scripts and place yourself in environments that cue desired ones. You can respect the biological rhythms rather than fighting them, scheduling your life to work with your chemistry instead of demanding your chemistry conform to arbitrary schedules. This kind of agency is less dramatic than the conscious control fantasy promises, but it is more real and ultimately more powerful. It requires patience because the second self learns slowly, through repetition and reinforcement, rather than through one-time decisions. Telling yourself you will become a morning person does nothing if your sleep schedule, light exposure, evening routines and caffeine intake all continue to train the second self to expect late nights and groggy mornings. But gradually adjusting those inputs, making small, consistent changes over weeks and months, actually retrains the system. The draft changes because the author has been given different material to work with. Consider how this applies to emotional patterns, an area where the illusion of conscious control causes particular suffering. You cannot simply decide not to feel anxious or sad or angry. Yet people blame themselves constantly for emotional states, as if those states were choices. The first self, encountering an emotion, often generates a secondary layer of judgment. I shouldn't feel this way. What's wrong with me? I'm weak for feeling anxious. But emotions are largely products of the second self, generated by predictive systems responding to environmental cues, memories, physiological states, and learned associations, most of which operate beneath conscious access. The conscious mind receives the emotion as a fait accompli already in motion before awareness catches up. Judging yourself for the emotion is like judging yourself for the weather. It's a category error that adds suffering without adding agency. What you can influence is the context in which emotions arise. If your second self generates anxiety in response to certain triggers, you can gradually expose yourself to those triggers in safe conditions until the predictive system learns a new association. This is the principle behind exposure therapy, which works not by conscious willpower overriding fear, but by providing the second self with new data that updates its predictions. If your mood tends toward darkness after poor sleep, you cannot think your way to happiness, but you can prioritize sleep so the editor functions better. If social media consumption primes comparison and inadequacy, you cannot decide not to feel inadequate while continuing to consume, but you can remove the app, change the environment, and let the second self gradually forget the trigger. You work with the author by changing what it reads, not by demanding it read the same material but generate different output. This understanding also illuminates why traditional willpower-based approaches to behavior change so often fail. Willpower is a function of the first self, the conscious executive trying to override the second self's automatic drafts. But willpower is a limited resource, especially given that it depends on metabolic factors like glucose availability, and is depleted by decision fatigue throughout the day. Relying on willpower means fighting the second self constantly, using scarce conscious resources to resist automatic scripts. It is exhausting and unsustainable, like swimming against a current. Eventually fatigue wins, and the habit reasserts itself. The person then blames themselves for lack of discipline, not recognizing they were fighting with the wrong tool. The alternative is to work with the current by redesigning what the second self encounters. If you want to stop checking your phone compulsively, you could rely on willpower, consciously resisting each impulse hundreds of times a day, or you could put the phone in another room, making the automatic reach encounter absence instead of device. The second approach succeeds not because you have more discipline, but because you have stopped requiring discipline. You have removed the trigger, making the unwanted behavior harder, and the desired behavior, focused work, the path of least resistance. The second self, always optimizing for efficiency, follows the easier path. Over time, the pattern weakens through lack of reinforcement. You have not defeated the author, you have changed the story it finds available. The same principle applies to building new behaviors. Starting an exercise habit fails most often not because people lack motivation, but because they try to install it through sheer decision, making exercise require constant conscious override of inertia. But if you lower the activation energy by preparing gym clothes in advance, scheduling the session at a consistent time when energy is high, attaching it to an existing routine like morning coffee, and removing competing options by cancelling conflicting commitments, then exercise stops requiring willpower. It becomes the obvious next action, the thing the second self predicts will happen because all the conditions point that direction. After enough repetitions in consistent contexts, the behaviour becomes automatic, a new script the second self runs without conscious prompting. You haven't disciplined yourself into exercise, you have trained the author to include exercise in its drafts. There is something humbling and liberating in this reframe. Humbling because it means the conscious self is less powerful than the ego would like, less central to the operation than the illusion of control suggests. You are not the solo author commanding your life through pure will and reason. Much of what you do and feel and think emerges from systems you do not directly access or control. But it is liberating because it removes the burden of impossible standards. You're not failing when you cannot override biological drives through pure intention. You're not weak when habits prove hard to change through decision alone. These outcomes are not failures of character, but natural results of how the system actually works. Once you understand the system, you can work with it instead of blaming yourself for not being a different kind of system entirely. This perspective also changes how we relate to others. When you recognise that everyone is double-authored, that the person in front of you is navigating the same gap between conscious intention and subconscious authorship, it becomes harder to judge their actions as simple moral failures. The colleague who is chronically late may not be disrespectful. Their second self may have learned dysfunctional time estimation patterns from decades of inconsistent consequences, and their conscious resolutions to be punctual cannot override those deep scripts without significant retraining. The friend struggling with addiction is not weak-willed. They are fighting against a second self whose prediction and reward systems have been hijacked by substance-related cues, generating cravings before consciousness can intervene. Understanding this does not eliminate responsibility. People can still work to retrain their second selves, and consequences for harmful behaviour may still be necessary, but it shifts the frame from moral condemnation to compassionate recognition of difficulty. It also helps explain why advice and information so rarely change behaviour. Telling someone what they should do addresses the first self, the conscious narrator, which often already knows the right answer. The problem is not lack of information, but lack of alignment between the first and second self. The conscious mind knows smoking is harmful, but the second self has wired nicotine to stress relief, social belonging, and routine satisfaction through years of reinforcement. Giving more information about cancer risks does nothing to change those automatic associations. What helps is interventions that gradually retrain the second self, identifying triggers and avoiding them, building new stress relief routines, changing social context, using nicotine replacement to weaken the chemical hook while the other associations extinguish. Change requires reaching the author, and the author does not speak the language of facts and logic. It speaks the language of pattern, repetition, emotion, and context. This is why therapy often focuses on creating new experiences rather than discussing old ones. Insight is valuable. The first self benefits from understanding patterns, but insight alone does not rewrite the second self's scripts. What rewrites them is new data, exposures that contradict old predictions, behaviours practiced in new contexts until they become automatic, emotional processing that updates the effective tags on memories, relationships that provide safe conditions for the second self to experiment with different ways of being. The therapeutic relationship itself functions as a retraining environment, a context where the second self can encounter consistency, safety and attunement, gradually learning predictions it may have missed in earlier development. The recognition of our double authorship also bears on how we structure societies and institutions. Systems designed with the assumption that people are rational actors, fully conscious decision makers weighing costs and benefits, consistently fail because they misunderstand human nature. People do not carefully calculate trade-offs in most decisions. Their second selves follow heuristics, respond to primes, and stick with defaults. This reality can be exploited maliciously through manipulative marketing, addictive product design, and choice architectures that benefit corporations at the expense of individuals. But it can also be leveraged for good through what behavioural economists call libertarian paternalism, designing choice environments that respect freedom, while making beneficial options easier and more salient. Default settings matter enormously because the second self tends to accept them. Making retirement savings opt-out instead of opt-in dramatically increases participation. Organ donation rates vary wildly between countries with identical demographics, but different default policies. Healthier cafeteria layouts increase nutritious food consumption without restricting choice. These interventions work not by overriding individual freedom, but by recognizing that the second self operates through pattern and ease and shaping the environment to make good defaults the natural path. The ethics of such design are complex, requiring transparency about intentions and oversight to prevent abuse, but the basic insight remains. If we are double-authored beings, then ethical systems must account for both authors, not just the conscious one. Education could be transformed by taking the second self seriously. Traditional schooling often treats students as if information transfer to the conscious mind produces learning, but deep learning, the kind that changes behaviour and capability, requires training the second self through practice, feedback, spaced repetition, and context variation. A student can consciously understand a mathematical concept yet fail to apply it in novel situations because the second self has not automated the pattern, recognition, and procedure execution through sufficient varied practice. Expertise in any domain is largely the accumulation of patterns in the second self, allowing rapid automatic response to situations that novices must consciously analyse. This is why masters in chess, music, sports, or surgery often cannot fully articulate what they do. The knowledge lives in systems beneath full conscious access, built through thousands of hours of training. Recognising this would mean valuing practice and repetition differently, not as tedious drill, but as the essential process of training the author. It would mean structuring learning to respect biological rhythms, avoiding late starts for adolescents whose circadian systems shift late, including movement and breaks to work with attention cycles, prioritising sleep as a learning tool rather than an expendable luxury. It would mean teaching students about their second selves, giving them the metacognitive tools to notice when they are running on autopilot, to recognise primes and triggers, to design their own environments for success. Self-knowledge would include understanding the author behind the author. As we approach the end of this exploration, we return to the question of endings themselves. If the second self writes forward in time through prediction, creating self-fulfilling prophecies that draft future from anticipated future, then our endings are not entirely predetermined, but neither are they entirely open. They emerge from the interaction of past patterns, present conditions, and conscious interventions. The life you will live 10 years from now is being drafted now, in the habits you reinforce, the environments you construct, the stories you tell about who you are, the attention you train, the sleep you protect, the cues you place in your path. Most of that drafting happens automatically, the second self extending yesterday's patterns into tomorrow. But some of it, enough of it, can be influenced by the choices you make today about the conditions that shape tomorrow's choices. This is neither the sovereignty promised by the illusion of complete free will, nor the helplessness implied by strict determinism. It is something in between, and perhaps more true. Constrained agency, the freedom to shape the shaper, the power to train the trainer. You cannot escape being double-authored, but you can become a better collaborator, learning what the second self needs and how it learns, providing it with conditions that lead toward the life your first self wants to consciously endorse. The gap between authorship and awareness will never close completely. You will always be catching up to processes that have already begun. But the gap can become a productive tension rather than a source of futility, the space where conscious intention meets automatic process and negotiates a path. The story of your life is being written right now by two authors. One works in the light, slowly, with reflection and intention. The other works in darkness, quickly, with pattern and prediction. They often misunderstand each other. They sometimes work at cross purposes, but they are both yours, both essential, both writing the only story you will ever live. The question is not how to silence one in favour of the other, but how to bring them into better collaboration, how to make the dark writing and the light writing tell a story that, read together, makes sense and moves toward meaning. That is the craft of a human life, the endless work of becoming co-authors with ourselves, writing forward with two pens on one page, accepting what has already been written while shaping what comes next, living in the strange gift of time where the future is both determined and open, both drafted and unfinished, both inevitable and available for revision. The ending is not yet written, but the author behind the author is writing it now, and you, reading these words, have already begun to write back. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In the beginning, there was no steel, no concrete, no glass tower stretching toward indifferent clouds. There was only earth and the things that grew from it, shaped by hands that knew no other way. To build was not merely to construct, but to answer a need older than language itself, the need for shelter, for boundary, for a place to call home against the vastness of everything else. Long before architects drew lines on parchment or engineers calculated loads and stresses, humans built. They built with what the land offered, what the season allowed, what the body could carry. In river valleys, they pressed mud into bricks and baked them beneath the sun. On windswept plains, they stacked stone upon stone, fitting each piece to its neighbour like words in an ancient sentence. In forests thick with shadow and sound, they bent saplings into frames and wove branches through the gaps, creating walls that breathed with the wind. The first shelters were simple, almost apologetic. A lean-to against a cliff face, a circle of stones to break the wind, a canopy of leaves held up by forked branches. These were not monuments. They were negotiations with the weather, with predators, with the cold that came each night like a returning debt. Yet even in their simplicity, they carried intention. Someone had chosen this spot over that one, had faced the opening away from the prevailing storm, had placed the fire where smoke would rise and heat would linger. In the fertile crescent, where rivers braided through dusty plains and wild grasses first bent to cultivation, mud became more than mud. Mixed with straw, shaped in wooden forms, dried in relentless sun, it transformed into bricks that could stack and last. The Sumerians built not just homes but ziggurats, stepped pyramids that climbed toward heaven like frozen prayers. Each level represented a world, earth below, gods above, and humanity forever between. Workers carried baskets of earth up ramps that grew longer with each course, and priests at the summit performed rites meant to keep the cosmos in balance. These structures were not merely functional, they were cosmological statements, architecture as theology. Along the Nile, where the river's annual flood brought both destruction and fertility, the Egyptians learned to quarry stone, limestone, granite, sandstone, each cut from living rock and dragged on sledges by thousands of hands. The pyramids rose not quickly but inevitably, decade after decade, generation after generation. Workers lived in towns built solely for the purpose, eating bread and drinking beer, their bones later showing the toll of moving mountains one block at a time. The pyramids were tombs, yes, but they were also declarations. We were here. We understood geometry. We could command stone to defy time itself. Across the sea in the Aegean, the Greeks built with different ambitions. Their temples were not tombs, but houses for gods who were thought to walk among mortals. The Parthenon stood atop the Acropolis, its columns carefully tapered to correct the eye's distortion, its base curved ever so slightly so that it would appear perfectly straight from below. The Greeks understood that building was also illusion, that what seemed solid was often carefully orchestrated deception. They painted their marble in bright colours, reds and blues and golds, though time and weather have since stripped those hues away, leaving only the bone-white stone we now mistake for their aesthetic. The Romans took Greek principles and married them to engineering ambition. Where the Greeks built for beauty and proportion, the Romans built for empire. They poured concrete, a miraculous mixture of lime and volcanic ash that could be shaped while wet and would harden into something nearly as strong as stone. With concrete came the arch, and with the arch came the aqueduct, carrying water across valleys and into cities where fountains ran day and night. The Colosseum rose as a demonstration of power, 80 entrances allowing 50,000 spectators to fill or empty the structure in minutes. Beneath the arena floor, a labyrinth of chambers and tunnels housed gladiators, beasts and machinery for theatrical transformations. The building was a machine for spectacle, and it worked flawlessly. But Rome fell, as all empires fall, and the knowledge it had gathered scattered like seeds on stony ground. In Europe's dark centuries, building became smaller, more cautious. Stone churches rose slowly, funded by tithes and built by masons who passed their craft from father to son in whispered guilds. The Romanesque style was solid, heavy, built to last through whatever storms might come, both weather and war. Walls were thick, windows narrow, the interior dim and cool. To enter such a church was to leave the world behind. to step into a space that acknowledged both fortress and sanctuary. Then came the Gothic Revolution, and suddenly stone learned to fly. Pointed arches distributed weight more efficiently than rounded ones. Flying buttresses carried the outward thrust of vaulted ceilings to external supports, allowing walls to thin and windows to grow vast. Light poured through stained glass, telling biblical stories in coloured radiance to congregations who could not read. Cathedrals like Chartres and Notre Dame took generations to complete, yet the vision remained coherent across the decades. These were not buildings but frozen music, each element in harmony with the whole, rising toward heaven with a confidence the earlier age had never dared. Far to the east, Chinese builders worked in wood rather than stone. The timber frame tradition allowed for flexibility, both literal and architectural. Buildings could sway slightly in earthquakes rather than shattering. Roofs curved upward at the eaves like birds taking flight. Their tiles glazed in imperial yellow or common grey depending on the occupant's rank. The Forbidden City in Beijing was not a single structure, but a vast complex, courtyard after courtyard, each gate and hall positioned according to principles of feng shui, the ancient practice of harmonizing human spaces with natural forces. Symmetry was paramount. The emperor sat at the center of the world, and every beam and post acknowledged that cosmic order. In Japan, where earthquakes were frequent and typhoons seasonal, architecture became an art of impermanence accepted and celebrated. The Is Shrine, most sacred of Shinto sites, was rebuilt every 20 years using the same ancient techniques. This was not failure of maintenance but philosophy made tangible. Nothing lasts forever. To preserve a building's essence, one must be willing to let its physical form go and rebuild anew. Temples and tea houses used wood, paper and thatch, materials that invited light and air, that acknowledged the seasons. A room might be reconfigured by sliding panels, transforming public space to private, open to enclosed, all without a single nail. India's builders carved temples from living rock, excavating downward into cliffsides to create chambers and columns that had never been assembled but rather revealed. The Kailasa temple at Ellora was not built but sculpted. Millions of tons of stone removed to expose the intricate structure hidden within. Workers started at the top and carved down, a reversal of ordinary construction that required absolute confidence in the vision. Hindu temples elsewhere rose in tiers, each level representing a stage of spiritual ascent. The whole structure, a cosmic diagram in stone, covered in carvings so dense that every surface told a story or sang a hymn. In the Americas, long before European ships crossed the Atlantic, cultures built with sophistication and scale. The Maya constructed stepped pyramids aligned to celestial events, their plazas designed to amplify the voice of a speaker standing at the centre, acoustic engineering married to astronomy. Teotihuacan, near modern Mexico City, was a city of 200,000, its pyramid of the sun rivaling those of Egypt in size, if not in age. The Inca, working without the wheel or draft animals, cut and fitted stone so precisely that no mortar was needed, and earthquakes that toppled Spanish colonial buildings left Inca walls standing, their joints tighter than paper. The Islamic world, stretching from Spain to India, developed its own architectural language. The mosque required a courtyard for gathering, a prayer hall oriented toward Mecca, and a minaret from which the call to prayer could echo across the city. Decoration favoured geometry and calligraphy over representational art, creating patterns that seemed to multiply infinitely, visual metaphors for the infinite nature of the divine. The Alhambra in Granada was a palace of water and light, its reflecting pools doubling the intricacy of carved stucco, its gardens arranged to evoke paradise as described in the Quran. Medieval Europe saw the rise of castles, architecture as defence. Thick walls, narrow windows called arrow loops, gates protected by murder holes through which boiling oil could be poured. Yet even these fortresses had their beauty, towers rising like accusations against the sky, banners snapping in wind that never ceased. To build a castle was to claim land, to assert power, to dare rivals to try their strength against stone. Many stand still, though their owners are dust, their battles forgotten, their names known only to scholars who sift through crumbling records. The Renaissance returned to classical ideals, but with new tools. The printing press spread architectural treatises, allowing ideas to travel faster than before. Brunelleschi in Florence solved the puzzle of the cathedral dome, using a double shell and herringbone brick pattern to span a space wider than any built since Rome. Palladio codified proportions and symmetries that would influence buildings for centuries, from English country houses to American plantations. Architecture became a gentleman's pursuit, a liberal art practiced by educated men who studied Vitruvius and Euclid as much as they supervised construction. The Industrial Revolution changed everything. Iron and steel became available in quantities unimaginable before. The Crystal Palace in London, built for the Great Exhibition of 1851, was a cathedral of glass and cast iron, prefabricated sections assembled on site in months rather than years. It was a building that could not have existed a century earlier, and it announced a new age. Railways required stations, factories required sheds, cities required bridges. Engineering and architecture, once distinct, began to merge. In America, the skyscraper was born from necessity and ambition. Land in city centres was expensive, so the only direction to build was up. Steel frames made it possible, elevators made it practical, and capitalism made it inevitable. The first skyscrapers were still dressed in historical costume, Gothic ornament applied to steel bones, but soon a new aesthetic emerged. Louis Sullivan declared that form should follow function, and though he himself never entirely abandoned ornament, his student Frank Lloyd Wright would push the principle further. Wright's prairie houses stretched horizontally, emphasising the flatness of the Midwestern landscape, their low roofs and open plans rejecting the vertical Victorian compartments that came before. In Europe, the Bauhaus school tried to strip architecture down to essentials. No ornament, no historicism, only function and honest materials. Glass, steel and concrete arranged according to the needs of modern life. The results were often stark, even brutal, but they were undeniably of their time. When the Nazis closed the Bauhaus, its teachers scattered, carrying these ideas to America and beyond, where they would shape the glass box towers of the mid-20th century. Le Corbusier preached architecture as a machine for living, his buildings raised on pilotis, pillar supports that lifted the structure off the ground and allowed air and space to flow beneath. His Villa Savoy was a manifesto in white stucco, its ribbon windows and roof garden announcing that the old rules no longer applied. Critics argued his vision was cold, inhuman, better suited to drawings than to life, yet his influence was undeniable. Cities around the world bear the marks of his thinking, for better and worse. Wright, meanwhile, pursued an organic architecture, buildings that grew from their sites rather than being imposed upon them. Falling Water, his masterpiece, cantilevered over a waterfall in Pennsylvania, its terraces echoing the stone ledges of the stream below. It leaked, as his buildings often did, but it was unforgettable, a poem written in stone and water and light. After the Second World War, cities rebuilt with urgency. Modernism offered a vision of clean, rational efficiency. Tower blocks rose to house populations displaced by bombs and migration. Highways sliced through neighbourhoods, prioritising cars over pedestrians. Urban renewal cleared slums, but often destroyed communities in the process. The architecture was sometimes magnificent, Mies van der Rohe's Seagram building in New York, a bronze and glass jewel, but it was also often monotonous, identical towers in identical plazas, the human scale forgotten in the rush to accommodate millions. Postmodernism arrived as a reaction, reintroducing colour, ornament, and historical reference, sometimes playfully, sometimes cynically. Robert Venturi declared that less is a bore, and Philip Johnson, who had once championed the international style, designed the AT&T building with a broken pediment top that resembled a Chippendale highboy. Critics were divided. Some saw vitality returning to architecture, others saw merely pastiche, decoration without meaning. In recent decades, technology has enabled forms previously impossible. Computer-aided design allows curves and complexities that would have taken years to calculate by hand. Frank Gehry's Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao is a tumbling cascade of titanium, its shape seemingly random yet carefully orchestrated. Zaha Hadid built structures that appeared to defy gravity, all sweeping lines and dynamic angles. Norman Foster and Renzo Piano pursued high-tech architecture, buildings where the structure and services were expressed rather than hidden, machines for the 21st century. Yet for all the technological advancement, the fundamental questions remain. What makes a building more than a shelter? How does space shape behaviour, emotion, memory? Why do certain rooms invite lingering while others urge departure? Why do some cities feel alive while others, despite density, feel empty? Architecture is always political, whether it admits so or not. Public housing projects embody assumptions about how the poor should live. Corporate headquarters announce power and wealth. Museums and concert halls declare what a society values. Even the single-family home, that supposed emblem of privacy, reflects zoning laws, lending practices, and cultural expectations about family structure. In the developing world, informal settlements grow faster than formal cities, millions building their own homes with whatever materials can be scavenged or afforded. These communities are often dismissed as slums, yet they demonstrate an architecture of necessity and ingenuity, houses that grow room by room as resources allow, streets that form organically according to use rather than plan. Some architects have begun to study these settlements, not as problems to be solved, but as lessons in adaptability and resilience. Climate change now forces architecture to reckon with consequences it long ignored. Buildings consume enormous amounts of energy, both in construction and operation. Concrete production alone accounts for a significant percentage of global carbon emissions. The glass towers that defined the late 20th century are often energy nightmares, requiring massive heating and cooling to remain habitable. Architects now speak of passive solar design, green roofs, natural ventilation, materials that sequester carbon rather than emit it. Some look to vernacular traditions for guidance, those ancient techniques that kept people comfortable without fossil fuels. In the desert, builders once used thick walls for thermal mass, small windows to limit heat gain, courtyards to create microclimates, and wind towers to draw cool air down into living spaces. In tropical regions, houses were raised on stilts for ventilation and flood protection, roofs steeply pitched to shed rain, walls made of woven materials that allowed air to pass. These were not primitive solutions, but sophisticated responses to specific conditions, knowledge accumulated over generations. The modern challenge is to incorporate such wisdom with contemporary needs and materials. A hospital cannot rely on natural ventilation alone, yet it might use shading devices, thermal mass, and strategic window placement to reduce energy loads. An office tower might integrate photovoltaic panels, rainwater collection, and green spaces that cool the air and provide psychological respite. Some architects advocate for building less, renovating and adapting existing structures rather than demolishing and starting fresh. The most sustainable building, they argue, is the one already standing. This requires a shift in thinking, valuing patina and history over novelty, accepting that perfection is less important than continuity. Throughout history, architecture has been shaped by available materials and technologies, but also by beliefs about beauty, order, and meaning. The Gothic cathedral and the glass skyscraper serve different purposes and speak different languages, yet both attempt to elevate human experience beyond the merely functional. Both say, in their way, that we are more than animals seeking shelter. We are creatures who build meaning into our surroundings, who shape space to shape ourselves. Children playing in a well-designed playground learn about risk and cooperation. Workers in a thoughtfully planned office feel respected and valued. Patients in a hospital with access to daylight and views of nature recover faster. These are not romantic notions, but documented effects. Architecture acts on us whether we notice or not, influencing mood, behaviour, even health. Yet architecture is also limited. It cannot solve poverty, though it can make poverty more or less bearable. It cannot create community, though it can provide spaces where community might form. It cannot guarantee happiness, though it can remove some obstacles to happiness. The danger lies in expecting too much, in believing that the right building will perfect human nature. History is littered with utopian projects that became dystopias, housing estates that bred isolation and crime, new towns that never came alive. The best architecture acknowledges human complexity, providing structure without rigidity, order without oppression. It allows for adaptation, for uses the designer never imagined. A plaza designed for formal ceremonies becomes a skateboarding spot. A library reading room becomes a place for quiet work or community meetings. A park meant for leisurely strolls becomes a site for protests and celebrations. Buildings that permit such appropriation are generous. Those that resist it are tyrannical. Looking forward, architecture faces questions both ancient and new. How do we house a growing population without consuming the planet? How do we build cities that are dense yet humane, efficient yet beautiful? How do we preserve cultural identity in an increasingly globalized world? How do we make architecture accessible, both economically and physically, to all people? There are no simple answers. Some advocate for modular construction, factory-built units assembled on site, promising speed and affordability. Others champion traditional craftsmanship, arguing that meaning resides in the handmade, the particular, the slow. Some design with algorithms and artificial intelligence, exploring forms no human mind would conceive. Others sketch by hand, trusting intuition over computation. Perhaps the truth lies not in choosing between these approaches, but in recognizing that different contexts demand different responses. A rural village and an urban core have different needs. A museum and a factory serve different purposes. A home in Norway and a home in Nigeria must respond to different climates, cultures, and economies. What remains constant is the human need for shelter and the human impulse to make that shelter meaningful. We paint walls, hang pictures, arrange furniture, plant gardens. We turn houses into homes through accumulation and care, through memory and habit. Architecture provides the frame, but we supply the life. And so the story continues. Cranes lift steel beams into place. Masons lay bricks in courses that will outlast them. Engineers calculate loads and stresses. Architects sketch visions of what might be. Workers pour concrete that will harden into foundations for lives not yet lived. The materials change, the technologies evolve, but the essential act remains. We build because we must. We build because we can. We build because in shaping our surroundings, we shape ourselves. From mud and stone, from timber and glass, from dreams and necessity, we raise walls against the chaos and call the space within our own. The buildings will stand or fall, be loved or forgotten, but the impulse to build, like the need to sleep and wake, belongs to everyone, and by morning we carry its quiet work into the day. And so the story continues. Cranes lift steel beams into place. Masons lay bricks in courses that will outlast them. Engineers calculate loads and stresses. Architects sketch visions of what might be. Workers pour concrete that will harden into foundations for lives not yet lived. The materials change, the technologies evolve, but the essential act remains. We build because we must. We build because we can. We build because in shaping our surroundings, we shape ourselves. From mud and stone, from timber and glass, from dreams and necessity, we raise walls against the chaos and call the space within our own. The buildings will stand or fall, be loved or forgotten. But the impulse to build, like the need to sleep and wake, belongs to everyone, and by morning we carry its quiet work into the day. Yet between the grand narratives of pyramids and skyscrapers, between the theoretical manifestos and the glossy photographs in architectural journals, there exists another story, quieter and more persistent. It is the story of ordinary building, of structures that will never be photographed for magazines or studied in universities, yet which house most of human life. The farmhouse added to room by room as children are born and elderly parents return. The shopfront modified a dozen times over a century, each owner leaving their mark. The apartment block that began as modern and hopeful grew shabby with neglect, then found new life through community effort and fresh paint. These buildings do not announce themselves. They do not proclaim a vision or advance a theory. They simply stand, doing their work day after day, sheltering sleep and waking, meals and arguments, births and deaths. They are maintained or they decay. They are loved or they are endured. And in their aggregate, in their millions upon millions, they constitute the actual built environment most people inhabit, far more than the celebrated monuments that dominate our histories. Walk through any old neighbourhood and you will see this layered history. A Victorian house with an Edwardian addition and a 1970s garage conversion. Windows replace piecemeal, some original wood sashes, others vinyl, a few aluminum from the 1960s. Roofs patched with whatever material was affordable when the leak became urgent. These buildings are not pure. They're compromised, improvised, made and remade by hands working with limited time and money. They're honest in their imperfection. This vernacular architecture, as scholars sometimes call it, follows patterns passed down through generations, patterns that encode climate wisdom and material knowledge. The pitch of a roof in a snowy region differs from one where rain is the primary concern. The thickness of walls reflects the severity of winter or the intensity of summer sun. The size and placement of windows balances light, ventilation, privacy, and heat loss. These decisions were not arbitrary. They were tested across lifetimes, refined through trial and error, and taught through demonstration rather than books. When industrialization and global trade disrupted these patterns, much was lost. Standard house plans could be shipped anywhere, regardless of local conditions. Air conditioning made it possible to build glass houses in deserts, though at enormous energy cost. Traditional builders, with their local knowledge, were replaced by contractors following specifications drawn by distant architects who had never visited the site. The result was often buildings that looked modern but performed poorly, that required constant mechanical intervention to remain comfortable, that leaked or overheated or felt somehow wrong in ways their occupants could sense but not articulate. There is a growing recognition that this represents not progress, but a wrong turn. Architects and builders now study vernacular traditions not as quaint relics, but as repositories of tested knowledge. How did people in hot, humid climates create comfortable interiors before electricity? How did cold climate dwellers minimize heat loss while ensuring adequate fresh air? The answers are there in old buildings, waiting to be read by those who know how to look. But reading old buildings requires a different kind of attention than we usually bring to architecture. It requires noticing not just the facade, but the placement on the land, the relationship to sun and prevailing wind. It means understanding why a door is positioned just so, why a window is exactly this size, why the roof extends precisely that far beyond the wall. Each of these decisions was made for a reason, and many of those reasons remain relevant. Consider the porch, common to houses in hot climates worldwide. It is not merely decorative. It provides a shaded transition between the bright outdoors and the dimmer interior, allowing eyes to adjust. It offers a place to sit that is cooler than inside, yet protected from direct sun and rain. It creates a social space, neither fully public nor fully private, where neighbours can pause and talk without the formality of entering the home. When houses lost their porches in favour of air conditioning and cars and garages, something was lost beyond the physical structure. A way of living, a pattern of interaction, quietly disappeared. Or take the courtyard house, found in cultures from China to Spain to Morocco. By turning inward, it creates privacy in dense urban settings. The courtyard itself becomes an outdoor room protected from street noise and dust, a place where children can play under watchful eyes, where laundry can dry, where the family can gather in the evening cool. The surrounding rooms benefit from cross-ventilation, air flowing from the courtyard through the house. In hot climates, a fountain or pool in the courtyard cools the air. Plants soften hard surfaces and provide shade. The design is ancient and sophisticated, yet many modern apartment buildings ignore these lessons, stacking identical units in towers with only narrow windows facing the world. The question of density haunts contemporary architecture. How do we house more people on less land without sacrificing quality of life? The 20th century tried various answers, most of them unsatisfying. High-rise towers created vertical neighbourhoods, but often felt alienating. The ground too far below, the sky too near, neighbours invisible behind identical doors in endless corridors. Low-rise sprawl consumed farmland and required cars for every journey, creating automobile dependence and social isolation. Both approaches had defenders, and both had critics, and the debate continues. Some cities have found middle paths. Barcelona's example district achieves high density through mid-rise buildings, arranged in blocks with central courtyards, creating a rhythm of public street, semi-private courtyard, and private dwelling. Copenhagen's housing cooperatives balance individual apartments with shared facilities, workshops, gardens, laundries, common dining rooms, allowing residents to scale up or down their level of social engagement. Japanese cities permit small-scale mixed use, shops and homes intermingled, creating vibrant neighbourhoods where errands happen on foot. These are not perfect solutions. They are attempts, experiments, ongoing processes that require maintenance and adjustment. Buildings age, neighbourhoods change, and what worked for one generation may need adaptation for the next. Flexibility becomes essential, the capacity to modify and evolve without wholesale demolition. This principle applies at every scale. A room that can serve multiple purposes is more valuable than one with a single fixed use. A building that can accommodate different tenants over time will outlast one designed for a specific occupant. A neighbourhood with a mix of building types and ages is more resilient than one where everything was built at once to the same formula. Resilience is increasingly understood as crucial. Climate change will bring more frequent floods, storms, heatwaves and droughts. Buildings must withstand these stresses or be easily rebuilt when they fail. Coastal cities face rising seas. Should they build walls to hold back the water, or accept periodic flooding and design buildings that can survive it? The Dutch have long experience with this question, building amphibious houses that float when water rises, then settle back when it recedes. In Bangladesh, architects design homes on stilts with walls that can be removed during floods. In fire-prone California, attention turns to fireproof materials and defensive space around structures. But resilience is not only about resisting disaster. It is also about adapting to slower changes, aging populations, shifting employment patterns, evolving family structures, new technologies. A building designed only for young families will become obsolete as those families age. One designed only for a specific industry will sit vacant when that industry moves or dies. The most enduring buildings are those that can accommodate change without fundamental alteration. Consider the warehouses of old industrial cities, now converted to apartments, offices, studios, shops. Their generous floor heights, large windows and simple structural systems make them adaptable. What was built for manufacturing becomes housing or workplaces for creative industries. This is not always smooth. Pipes and wiring must be added, insulation installed, accessibility improved. But the bones are good, and bones matter more than skin. Some architects now design with future adaptation in mind, creating buildings with layers that change at different rates. The structure, most permanent, is made robust and simple. The skin, which may need updating as materials and technologies improve, is designed to be replaced without affecting the structure. The interior, which will certainly be reconfigured many times over the building's life, is made as flexible as possible. This approach, sometimes called long life, loose fit, treats buildings not as finished products, but as frameworks for ongoing adaptation. It is a humble vision, far from the heroic architectural gestures of the past, but perhaps more realistic. Buildings are not immortal. Even the pyramids are slowly eroding, but buildings can last longer than they often do if we design them to be maintained, repaired, and modified rather than used up and discarded. This requires different economic models, different expectations, different relationships between builders, owners, and occupants. In Japan, the traditional carpenter was called upon throughout a building's life to repair and adjust it, a relationship that could span generations. The craftsman knew the building intimately, understood its quirks and weaknesses, could diagnose problems from subtle signs. When such relationships are severed, when construction is industrialized and anonymous, this knowledge is lost. Buildings become black boxes, their occupants helpless when something goes wrong, dependent on specialists who may or may not understand the original design intent. There is a movement now to document buildings more thoroughly, creating digital models that show not just the visible surfaces but the hidden systems, the structure, the rationale behind design decisions. These models can be passed to future caretakers, preserving institutional memory that otherwise dissipates when people retire or move on. It is a new kind of craftsmanship, one that uses computers rather than chisels, but serves the same purpose, passing knowledge forward. Yet for all the technology, for all the advances in materials and techniques, the essential craft of building remains stubbornly physical. Concrete must be poured and cured, bricks must be laid level and plumb, joints must be sealed against weather. These tasks require skill developed through practice, attention to detail, pride in workmanship. When such skills are devalued, when construction is seen only as cost to be minimized, quality suffers and buildings fail prematurely. The construction site is a temporary city, a community of specialists who must coordinate their work with precision. The foundation crew, the framers, the electricians, the plumbers, the finish carpenters, each depends on those who came before and prepares for those who follow. When this coordination works, it is like watching an orchestra perform a complex score. When it fails, the result is chaos, delay, and defects that may not appear until years later. Many building failures are not dramatic collapses but slow deteriorations, water infiltrating where joints were poorly sealed, materials degrading because they were incompatible, systems failing because maintenance access was never considered. These failures are often invisible until they are catastrophic, and by then the original builders are long gone, the documentation lost or never created, the responsibility diffuse and unassignable. This is why building codes exist, why inspections happen, why professional licenses are required. Not to stifle creativity, but to ensure minimum standards of safety and durability. The codes are written in blood, each requirement added after some failure, injured or killed people. The requirements for fire exits, for structural margins, for electrical grounding, these are not arbitrary. They are lessons learned the hard way. Yet codes can also ossify, can preserve outdated practices and resist innovation. Finding the balance between safety and flexibility is an ongoing negotiation. Some jurisdictions allow experimental buildings under special permits, monitoring their performance to see if new approaches work. Others are more conservative, changing codes only slowly and reluctantly. Both approaches have merit and both have costs. In the end, architecture is a social art, always negotiating between individual vision and collective needs, between innovation and tradition, between idealism and pragmatism. The architect may design in isolation, but the building is realized through collaboration, through compromise, through the messy process of turning drawings into physical reality. And once built, the building is interpreted and used by people who may not care about the architect's intentions, who will adapt and modify it according to their own needs. This is not failure. This is how buildings live. They are not static objects, but dynamic participants in human life, shaping us even as we shape them. The buildings we create today will house futures we cannot imagine, will be adapted to purposes we never intended, will mean things to people we will never meet. This is the humility architecture demands and the hope it offers. We build not for ourselves alone, but for those who follow, knowing they will change what we have made, hoping only that they will find it useful, that it will shelter them as they build their own dreams upon our foundations. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Before the maps were drawn and the borders carved, before the names we know today were written into treaties and textbooks, there was a continent vast and varied, shaped not by lines on paper, but by the pulse of rivers, the turning of seasons, and the slow caravan of human ambition across landscapes older than memory itself. Africa, in the ages before Europeans arrived with their compasses and their certainties, was not a void waiting to be discovered. It was a web of kingdoms, a lattice of power and trade, of stone and bronze, of voices carried on talking drums and knowledge kept in memory boards touched by firelight. These were not primitive outposts on the edge of history. They were the crossroads of the world. To understand where these kingdoms rose, one must first understand the land itself. Africa is not one thing. It is Sahel grasslands where the horizon stretches forever under a sky the colour of bleached bone. It is the Nile Valley, narrow and green, a ribbon of life through desert vastness. It is the great rift highlands where the air is thin and the earth sometimes trembles with ancient fire. It is equatorial forest so dense the canopy swallows sunlight, where rivers are the only roads and silence is never truly silent. It is the Indian Ocean coast where monsoon winds write the calendar, bringing ships in one season and carrying them away in the next. Each landscape had its logic, its rhythm, its possibilities. Kingdoms rose where trade routes crossed fertile ground, where iron ore lay near the surface, where harbours opened to the sea, where pasture corridors allowed herds to move with the rains. Power gathered at these junctions, and from them, thrones were built. South of Egypt, where the Nile bends and the desert presses close, the Nubian kingdoms held sway for millennia. At Kerma, and later at Napata and Meroe, rulers commanded both river trade and the desert tracks that wound through stone and sand. They built pyramids not as grand as those to the north, but numerous, stepping up hillsides in neat rows, each one a royal tomb, each one a memory preserved in stone. The people of Kush mastered iron early, their forges at Meroe producing tools and weapons that gave them advantage and influence. They worshipped Amun, the ram-headed god they inherited from Egypt but made their own, building temples where his statues watched with patient eyes. These were not Egypt's vassals. At times, Nubian kings ruled Egypt itself, their pharaohs of the 25th dynasty wearing the double crown and commanding the Nile from Napata. But even when they ruled independently, they thrived, mixing the theology of the river with traditions drawn from deeper Africa, creating a culture neither wholly Egyptian nor wholly other, but something distinct, and enduring. Then came the faith of the cross, carried upriver by missionaries who spoke of a God who died and rose, of a kingdom not of this world. In the lands that became Nobatia, Mercuria, and Alodia, cathedrals rose beside the Nile, their walls painted with saints in flowing robes, their faces dark and serene. At Old Dongola and Pharos, churches stood where temples had stood before, and fortresses guarded the cataracts where the river broke into rapids, and trade had to portage overland. For centuries, Christian Nubia held a quiet but firm presence, negotiating treaties with Muslim Egypt that kept borders peaceful and pilgrims safe. They were not isolated. They traded, they corresponded, they maintained relations with Byzantium and the Christian kingdoms of Ethiopia, far to the south. But as centuries passed and desert routes shifted, as pressures mounted from north and east, the churches fell silent one by one. The murals remained, buried in sand, waiting for archaeologists to brush away the dust and reveal faces that had watched in silence for 1,000 years. To the southeast, high on the Ethiopian plateau where the air is cool and the land falls away in cliffs and gorges, the kingdom of Aksum rose as a power of stone, script and sea. They erected stelae, towering obelisks carved from single blocks of granite, some of them over 100 feet tall, their faces etched with windows and doors as if they were buildings reaching toward the sky. They developed the Zayas script, one of the world's few indigenous alphabets, and used it to mint coins stamped with royal names and Christian symbols, a declaration of sovereignty in metal and ink. Aksum's merchants commanded the Red Sea ports, linking the interior's gold and frankincense to markets in Rome, Persia and India. When Aksum's power waned, the highlands did not fall silent. The Zawi dynasty rose, and in the town of Lalibela they carved churches directly from living rock, not building upward but excavating downward, creating monolithic structures that seemed to emerge from the earth itself. The highlands maintained written chronicles when many other regions transmitted knowledge by drum and road, by song and memory board, preserving a sense of continuity that would later anchor Ethiopian identity through centuries of upheaval. There are whispers in ancient texts of a place called Punt, the land of aromatics and sail. Pharaohs sent expeditions there, recording in temple reliefs the myrrh trees brought back, the incense, the rare animals, the exotic goods that made the journey worthwhile. Scholars still debate where exactly Punt lay, somewhere along the Horn of Africa or perhaps across the narrow strait in Arabia. But whether it was a single polity or a network of coastal entrepôts, it connected Africa to the Indian Ocean world millennia before European ships rounded the Cape. The monsoon winds were the key, predictable currents of air that blew ships eastward in one season and westward in another, a natural clock that sailors learned to read, waiting for the right moment to depart, trusting the wind to carry them home. In the forests and grasslands of what is now Nigeria, cultures rose that left behind art so accomplished it challenges every assumption about the supposed primitiveness of pre-colonial Africa. The Nok culture, flourishing over 2,000 years ago, fired terracotta sculptures of human heads with elaborate hairstyles, expressive faces, and a technical mastery that speaks to organised workshops and artistic traditions passed from master to apprentice. They worked iron early, smelting and forging tools and weapons while much of Europe still relied on bronze. Centuries later, at If, artists cast copper alloy heads of such naturalistic beauty that when they were first shown in Europe, many refused to believe Africans had made them. The faces are calm, regal, marked with delicate scarification, crowned with beaded caps. They were not made for export or display. They were ritual objects kept in shrines, used in ceremonies that bound the living to the ancestors, the king to the land, the people to the cosmos. The absence of written records does not mean the absence of complexity. It means the complexity was encoded differently, in objects and rituals, in knowledge held by guilds and passed-through initiation. To the north of If, the Oyo Empire commanded the savannah with cavalry and tributary towns. Horses thrived in the drier grasslands, and Oyo's mounted warriors could move quickly, projecting power across distances that infantry could not match. Trade caravans fed the capital, bringing cola nuts from the south, salt from the Sahara, textiles and metalwork from workshops where artisans worked under royal patronage. The city itself was a place of courtyards and drums, of markets where languages mingled, of rituals that reinforced the king's divine authority, and the social order that sustained the state. To the south, in the forests where horses could not survive the tsetse-flies, the Kingdom of Benin engineered defences of a different kind. They dug moats and raised earthen walls around their settlements, networks of fortifications so extensive that their combined length exceeded the Great Wall of China. Inside the walls, Benin's bronze casters perfected plaques that recorded battles, diplomatic missions, ceremonies, and daily life in metal relief. These were not decorations. They were archives, history made tangible, mounted on palace pillars where they could be read like books by those who knew the visual language, passing down the story of the kingdom from generation to generation. Further north, in the Sahel where desert and grassland meet, the Hausa city-states rose as centres of commerce and learning. At Kano, Katsina, Zaria, and others, mud brick walls encircled markets busy with the exchange of cloth, leather, dyes, grain, and livestock. Scholars copied manuscripts in Arabic, preserving texts on law, theology, medicine, and history. The cities were rivals, but they shared a common culture, a common language, and a common understanding that prosperity came from trade. Caravans linked the Sahara to the forest zones, carrying goods across ecological boundaries, moving salt southward and gold northward, their routes punctuated by wells and caravanserais where traders could rest and resupply. Taxes and guilds maintained order, ensuring weights were honest, contracts honoured, and disputes resolved. It was an urban rhythm adapted to the rhythms of the Sahel, where rain was scarce but trade flowed like water. Long before the modern nation took its name, the Empire of Ghana rose in the western Sahel, though the people called it Ouagadougou. The Soninka rulers mediated trans-Saharan exchange, taxing caravans that moved gold from the southern forests, salt from desert mines, and kola nuts from the equatorial zone. The king held audiences under a great tree, the Tree of Justice, where petitioners could present their cases and merchants could negotiate terms. Stone towns like Kumbisale grew large and cosmopolitan, with separate quarters for Muslims and traditional believers, interpreters who could navigate multiple languages and customs, and a court that balanced the needs of farmers, pastoralists and traders. It was a bilingual culture, adapting Arabic for commerce and scholarship while maintaining Soninka for ritual and identity. When Ghana's power waned, others rose to take its place, but the model it established, the idea that a Sahelian state could grow wealthy by mediating trade rather than producing goods, endured. East of the Niger Bend, around the shores of Lake Chad, the kingdoms of Kanem and later Bornu commanded oases, fisheries, and caravan gates, where Sahel met Sahara. Rulers at Njimi and later Ngazargamu commanded horsemen who secured tribute from surrounding peoples, enforcing a hierarchy that fed wealth upward to the capital. Islamic learning anchored the courts, with scholars advising kings, copying texts, and maintaining correspondence with other Muslim rulers across the Sahara and beyond. The dynasties were long-lived, adapting to shifts in trade routes and climate, managing resources with a pragmatism that kept the state functioning through droughts and invasions. They were not flashy empires. They were steady, bureaucratic, persistent, the kind of power that endures not through conquest but through administration. The empires of Mali and Songhai loom large in popular imagination, anchored by famous names like Mansa Musa, whose pilgrimage to Mecca showered so much gold on Cairo that it destabilized the regional economy, and cities like Timbuktu and Gao, whose manuscripts and madrasas made them centres of Islamic learning. But beneath the headlines were layers that history often forgets. Mali and Songhai were not just capitals and kings. They were provinces governed by appointed officials, ferries operated by hereditary boatmen who knew every sandbar and current of the Niger, markets where women held authority over certain trades, controlling the flow of grain and cloth while men dealt in livestock and metals. They were provincial mosques built of banko mud, their walls buttressed against rain, their interiors cool and dim, where local scholars compiled legal opinions adapted to regional customs. They were flood calendars marking when to plant and when to move herds, knowledge encoded in proverbs and passed through apprenticeship. Empires are not just courts and armies. They are the countless small mechanisms that allow large populations to coordinate action, to feed themselves, to resolve disputes, to remember who they are. On the Zimbabwe plateau, where the land rises in a series of stepped highlands, walls rose without mortar, each stone carefully shaped and fitted to its neighbour in graceful curves that follow the contours of the hills. At Mapungubwe and later at Great Zimbabwe, These stone enclosures defined royal precincts, separating the sacred from the profane, the elite from the common. The conical tower at Great Zimbabwe still stands, its purpose debated but its craftsmanship undeniable. Soapstone birds, carved with care and placed atop pillars, watched over the complex, their meaning now lost but their presence still commanding. Gold moved east from these highlands to the coast at Sofala, where it entered the Indian Ocean trade. Cattle wealth and ritual kingship structured society. The king, responsible for rain and fertility, his health tied to the land's productivity. When trade routes shifted and gold sources moved, the stone courts emptied. The people dispersed to other centres, leaving the walls to silence and the slow work of erosion, but also leaving a monument that resisted easy explanation, that demanded recognition of African achievement on African terms. Along the East African coast, from Mogadishu in the north to Kilwa and Zanzibar in the south, coral stone towns opened to the sea like flowers turning toward the sun. They built with coral blocks quarried from offshore reefs, carving doorways with intricate patterns, raising mosques with mihrabs that pointed toward Mecca, minting coins stamped with royal names in Arabic script. These were Swahili cities, and Swahili itself was a language born of trade, blending Bantu grammar with Arabic vocabulary, creating a medium of exchange that allowed merchants from Africa, Persia, Arabia, and later India to negotiate, to marry, to create new communities that were neither purely African nor purely anything else. The monsoon winds were the clock by which they lived. In one season, dhows arrived from the north and east, their holds filled with textiles, beads, porcelain. In another season, they departed carrying gold, ivory, mangrove poles, and enslaved people. The Swahili were middlemen, translators, diplomats, their prosperity built on connection rather than isolation, their culture a testament to what happens when people meet and make something new. Along the Congo River, the Kingdom of Congo organised provinces under the Mani Congo, the King of Kings. Roads paved with raffia cloth connected villages to regional centres and regional centres to the capital. The people used nkisi, power figures carved from wood and studded with nails and blades, each one a vessel for spiritual force, activated through ritual and invocation. Shell currency, Nzimbu cowries, facilitated trade, their value regulated by the court. When Portuguese sailors arrived in the late 15th century, the Manicongo saw potential for alliance. He sent emissaries to Lisbon, adopted Christianity, built churches, and wrote letters to European kings as an equal. But the relationship curdled. Portuguese wanted enslaved people, and the Atlantic slave trade wrenched Congo society apart, turning neighbours against neighbours, fueling wars that served European markets rather than African needs. The kingdom adapted, survived, fragmented, but it never forgot what it had been. The letters remain, evidence of statehood that European narratives too often denied. In the south-central forests and savannas, the Luba and Lunda peoples crafted federations bound not by conquest alone, but by ritual, marriage, and shared symbols of authority. Luba sacred kingship emphasized the king as mediator between the living and the ancestors, his legitimacy derived from spiritual rather than purely military power. The Lunda expanded through strategic marriages, sending royal women to marry into neighbouring chiefs, creating kinship networks that tied distant communities to the centre. Governance was not centralised in the European sense, it was distributed, with rotating offices and councils that balanced regional autonomy with collective identity. Knowledge was encoded in Lukasa memory boards, handheld wooden tablets studded with beads and shells, each one a mnemonic device that trained keepers could read like texts, reciting dynastic histories, legal precedents, and ritual procedures by tracing the patterns with their fingers. It was history that could be held, touched, passed from teacher to student in firelight and shadow. Where the Zambesi River floods wide across its plain, the Losi people built their settlements on stilts and islands, adapting to the annual rhythm of water's rise and fall. Each year, the Kwambaka ceremony marked the king's move from the floodplain capital to higher ground. The royal barge, paddled by singers whose voices synchronized the strokes, carried the king across the swollen river while crowds watched from the banks. It was spectacle, yes, but also administration, a public acknowledgement that power in this place was tied to water's moods, that kingship meant reading the river and moving the court accordingly. When the floods receded, the king returned, and life resumed on the fertile soil left behind. It was a calendar written not in months but in stages of flood, a political geography mapped to hydrology. Between the Ethiopian highlands and the Red Sea coast, sultanates rose and fell in a landscape of trade and tension. At Hala, archaeologists have uncovered craft quarters where artisans worked silver and produced glass beads, evidence of specialised production and long-distance trade. The sultanates of Ifat and Adal fielded cavalry and infantry in wars against the Christian highlands, struggles that were as much about control of trade routes as theology. Coastal emporia linked coffee, ivory and textiles to Red Sea shipping lanes, enriching merchant families who built stone houses with courtyards and gardens. Forts and field walls trace the outlines of centuries of local power, polities that existed in a contested space between highland empires and maritime networks, carving out autonomy through alliances, trade and, when necessary, war. In the equatorial forests of the Congo Basin, where roads by land are few and difficult, rivers became the highways of power. Canoe fleets connected ancestral chiefs, iron smelters working in hidden clearings, and raffia weaving centres where textiles were produced with the precision of tapestry. Political units gathered around ritual groves and palaver trees, sacred spaces where disputes were heard, and decisions made through long councils governed by elaborate protocols of speech and silence. Art in wood and fibre encoded rank, kinship and myth, in forms that could be carried, displayed and passed down. Masks activated by dance transformed wearers into ancestors or spirits, making the invisible visible, reinforcing social bonds through performance. Without wheeled vehicles or beasts of burden suitable to the forest, these societies developed other ways to move goods and ideas, adapting to the environment rather than forcing the environment to adapt to them. Across all these regions, power travelled by methods that left little for archaeologists to find. Talking drums carried messages across miles, their tones replicating the pitch patterns of speech, allowing trained drummers to send complex information faster than a runner could move. Griots, hereditary oral historians, sustained genealogies and epic narratives, their memories trained from childhood to hold thousands of lines, their performances both entertainment and archive. Market days functioned as bulletin boards, places where news spread, where edicts were announced, where people learned what was happening beyond their own villages. Cowries, gold dust, iron bars, and other forms of currency settled accounts without the need for writing, their values understood across linguistic boundaries. Where paper archives are thin, music, objects and roots hold the record. The absence of writing does not mean the absence of history. It means history was kept differently, in forms more vulnerable to loss but no less real. Kingdoms fade for many reasons, and the forgotten kingdoms of Africa faded for reasons both internal and external. Monsoon patterns shifted, rerouting Indian Ocean trade. Sahara tracks moved as oases dried or wells collapsed, starving towns that depended on caravan traffic. Goldfields played out or new sources were discovered elsewhere, redirecting flows of wealth. Epidemics thinned populations, breaking the chains of knowledge transmission as elders died before passing on what they knew. The arrival of firearms tipped military balances, giving advantage to those who could trade for guns and disadvantage to those who could not. The Atlantic slave trade pulled power coastward, enriching states with access to European ships while impoverishing interior regions that lost population and stability. Some states adapted, reorganizing as confederations or shifting their economic base. Others dissolved into successor chiefdoms, their centralized authority fragmenting back into the smaller units from which it had originally coalesced. Ruins remained, silent but insistent. Oral histories preserved fragments, genealogies, and migration stories that carried the outlines of what had been. Travellers, Arab and later European, wrote accounts that, however biased or incomplete, recorded names and events that would otherwise be lost. What was forgotten, and why it was forgotten, tells us as much about the recorders as the recorded. Colonial narratives seeking to justify conquest and exploitation minimized pre-colonial complexity, casting Africa as a dark continent without history, without achievement, waiting for the light of European civilization. Written archives privileged outsiders, Arab merchants and European explorers whose accounts emphasized the exotic and the primitive, filtering African realities through their own assumptions and agendas. But stones cannot be denied. The walls of Great Zimbabwe, the bronzes of Benin, the stelae of Aksum, these physical objects insisted on a different story, one of engineering, artistry and political organisation that rivaled anything in Europe or Asia. Beads and shells traced trade networks spanning continents. Loanwords in languages revealed ancient contacts and exchanges. Genetic studies showed the movement of peoples, the mixing of populations, the deep interconnectedness of human history. Remembering these kingdoms is not an act of charity or political correctness. It is an act of accuracy. It widens world history, placing Africa not at the margins, where colonial maps and narratives relegated it, but at the crossroads, where archaeology and evidence insist it belongs. New tools are bringing new light to old questions. LiDAR scans penetrate forest canopy to reveal hidden walls and terraces, settlements that lay invisible from the ground. Radiocarbon dating pins events to centuries and sometimes decades, allowing historians to synchronize African chronologies with global timelines. Isotope analysis of bones and teeth traces the movement of cattle, the diets of elites, the sources of metals, reconstructing economic networks from chemical signatures. Ancient DNA from skeletons and crops reveals migrations, domestications, and relationships that oral traditions hinted at but could not prove. Residue analysis identifies what was cooked in pots, stored in jars, burned in shrines, reconstructing rituals and daily life from molecular traces. Museums are revisiting provenance, asking hard questions about how objects were acquired, initiating conversations about repatriation and shared stewardship. Communities are guiding archaeological digs, contributing local knowledge about place names, traditions and landscape features that professional archaeologists might miss. Languages are being mapped onto geography, tracing the spread of Bantu, Nilotic and Afro-Asiatic speakers, correlating linguistic evidence with material culture. Each find, each datum, restores a paragraph to a long-missing chapter, building a clearer picture not of a primitive past but of a sophisticated, interconnected, dynamic history that deserves to be known. From Sahel caravan wells to coral harbours, from granite hilltops to forest rivers, these forgotten kingdoms stitched Africa to itself and to the wider world. They were not isolated villages waiting for contact. They were empires of rhythm, anchored in place but moving with wind and water, adapting to monsoons and floods, to the slow pulse of seasons and the sudden shifts of fortune. Picture caravans at dawn, camels loaded with salt and cloth, moving toward the sound of drums that marked the next well. Picture lanterns in stone courts at dusk, where scribes copied manuscripts and merchants negotiated terms in multiple languages. Picture dhows waiting on the tide, their crews watching the sky for signs of the monsoon's turn, knowing that when the wind shifted they would sail, carrying the wealth of Africa to markets that stretched from China to the Mediterranean and back again. These kingdoms rose and fell, as all kingdoms do, but they were real, they mattered. And now, slowly, persistently, against the weight of centuries of erasure and forgetting, they are being remembered. Under the hush of rain, let their names be spoken again. Let their walls be measured, their coins catalogued, their stories told. They were here, they built, they traded, they ruled, and the land remembers even when the books do not. From Sahel caravan wells to coral harbours, from granite hilltops to forest rivers, these forgotten kingdoms stitched Africa to itself and to the wider world. They were not isolated villages waiting for contact. They were empires of rhythm, anchored in place but moving with wind and water, adapting to monsoons and floods, to the slow pulse of seasons and the sudden shifts of fortune. Picture caravans at dawn, camels loaded with salt and cloth, moving toward the sound of drums that mark the next well. Picture lanterns in stone courts at dusk, where scribes copied manuscripts and merchants negotiated terms in multiple languages. Picture dhows waiting on the tide, their crews watching the sky for signs of the monsoon's turn, knowing that when the wind shifted they would sail, carrying the wealth of Africa to markets that stretched from China to the Mediterranean and back again. These kingdoms rose and fell as all kingdoms do, but they were real, they mattered. And now, slowly, persistently, against the weight of centuries of erasure and forgetting, they are being remembered. Under the hush of rain, let their names be spoken again. Let their walls be measured, their coins catalogued, their stories told. They were here. They built. They traded. They ruled. and the land remembers even when the books do not. The rhythms of these kingdoms were not written in the ways Europe would recognise, but they were written nonetheless. In the wearing of footpaths between village and market, paths that deepened over centuries until they became roads, arteries connecting the body of commerce. In the scheduling of festivals that coincided with harvest, with flood, with the arrival of trading seasons, creating a social calendar that bound communities across distances. In the rotation of offices, the careful distribution of authority that prevented any single lineage from accumulating too much power, ensuring stability through balance rather than through the heavy hand of centralised control. In the marriage alliances that sent daughters to neighbouring courts and received wives in return, weaving genealogies that made conflict costlier and cooperation more natural. These were technologies of governance as sophisticated as any legal code, adapted to environments where paper rotted in humidity, where documents could not survive the journey across desert or through forest, where memory and ritual had to carry the weight that elsewhere was borne by archive and inscription. Consider the metallurgists who worked in secret groves, their furnaces fed with charcoal they had spent weeks preparing, their ore selected from hillsides they knew by inherited knowledge, their techniques guarded as carefully as any modern patent. The smelting of iron was not merely technical, it was ritual, bound up with prohibitions and prayers, with offerings made to spirits of earth and fire, with timing determined by phases of moon or seasons of rain. The bloom of iron that emerged from the furnace after days of careful tending was more than metal. It was transformation, the coaxing of strength from stone, the mastery of elements that elsewhere marked the boundary between prehistory and history. African ironworking began early, in some regions as early as anywhere else on Earth, and it spread not through conquest but through apprenticeship, through the slow diffusion of knowledge along trade routes and marriage networks, each smith learning from a master and adapting techniques to local ores and local needs. Consider the farmers who knew their soils with an intimacy that European agronomists would not achieve until the age of chemistry. They read colour and texture, knowing which red earth would yield yams and which would not, which grey sand near rivers could support rice and which would flood too deeply. They practised crop rotation without naming it as such, planting nitrogen-fixing legumes between seasons of grain, letting fields rest under controlled burns that renewed fertility. They bred seeds over generations, selecting for drought resistance, for pest resistance, for flavour and yield, creating varieties adapted to microclimates that could shift dramatically within a day's walk. They built terraces on hillsides to slow erosion and capture rainfall, engineering water management systems that required no metal tools, only stone and patience and an understanding of how water moves across landscape. These were not primitive practices. They were refined sciences, tested and improved over centuries, encoding knowledge in the doing rather than in the writing. Consider the weavers whose cloth became currency, whose patterns encoded identity and status, whose guilds controlled quality so strictly that a bolt of fabric from one city could be trusted across 1,000 miles. Raffia cotton, bark cloth and wool, each material worked according to its nature, each pattern meaningful to those who knew the visual language. A chief's cloth might incorporate motifs that referenced ancestral exploits. A marriage cloth might weave together symbols from two lineages. A mourning cloth might use colours and textures that spoke of grief without need for words. These textiles travelled far, carried by merchants who understood their value not merely as covering, but as communication, as portable art, as social text. When Europeans arrived and offered cheap manufactured cloth, they disrupted not just an economy but a language, replacing nuance with uniformity, turning garments from statements into mere coverings. Consider the healers who knew which bark would lower fever, which leaf would stop bleeding, which root would calm a troubled mind. They worked without microscopes or chemical analysis, relying instead on observation refined over generations, on careful experimentation whose failures were forgotten, and whose successes were preserved in pharmacopoeias carried entirely in memory. They understood that illness had social dimensions as well as physical, that a person standing in the community, their spiritual state, their relationships with the living and the dead, all bore upon their health. Treatment was holistic before that word existed, combining plant medicine with ritual, with counsel, with the restoration of balance in the patient's life. When colonial medicine arrived and dismissed these practices as superstition, it missed much of what made them effective, measuring only what it could see and ignoring what it could not. The kingdoms are gone now, at least in their original forms. The capitals are ruins or buried under modern cities. The trade routes are paved roads following new logic. The royal lines are broken or absorbed into nation-states whose borders were drawn in Berlin by men who had never seen the rivers they were dividing, who knew nothing of the ecological boundaries that had shaped political ones, who cared only for the neat parcelling of territory among competing empires. But the forgetting was never complete. In rural areas, chiefs still hold authority, not because governments grant it, but because communities recognise it, maintaining continuity with older systems of legitimacy. Griots still perform, though now they might be called musicians or storytellers, their art adapted to new contexts but still carrying the weight of genealogy and history. Craftspeople still work in old ways, not out of backwardness but out of preference, because the old ways work, because they connect maker to material in ways that industrial production cannot replicate. Languages still carry loanwords from Arabic, from Portuguese, from other African languages, each borrowing a trace of ancient contact, ancient exchange. DNA still holds the record of migrations and mixings, readable now by scientists but present all along in the faces of grandchildren, in family resemblances that span continents. The work of remembering continues in universities and museums, in excavations and archives, in the patient labour of scholars who piece together fragments, who learn languages that have few speakers, who sit with elders while there is still time recording what they know. It continues in the return of objects, the slow process by which museums acknowledge that acquisition was often theft, that bronzes and sculptures were war booty, that their presence in European capitals was the result not of trade but of violence. It continues in the teaching of African history as something other than prologue to colonialism, as a story worth knowing for its own sake, as evidence that human creativity and ambition and organisation were never the property of one continent or one people. It continues in the pride of descendants who are learning that their ancestors were not victims waiting for rescue, but builders of complex societies, traders in global networks, artists of extraordinary skill. Under the hush of rain, the old kingdoms sleep but do not disappear. They are present in the shape of the land, in the ruins that resist erosion, in the trade winds that blow as they always have, in the rivers that flood and recede on schedules older than any human chronicle. They are present in the stories still told, even if their context has been lost, in the names of places that no longer exist, in the proverbs that encode legal principles, in the songs that mourners still sing. They wait, these kingdoms, patient as stone, for the world to remember that history is wider than Europe ever imagined, that civilization arose in many places, took many forms, solved the problem of human organization in many ways. They wait for the books to be rewritten, for the maps to be redrawn with ancient borders sketched in beside modern ones, for children to learn that Africa was never empty, never silent, never simple. The rain falls as it has always fallen, and beneath it the land holds its secrets and its memories, offering them to those who take the time to listen, to dig, to ask the right questions. The forgotten kingdoms are being found again, one stone at a time, one manuscript at a time, one story at a time. And with each discovery, the world grows larger and the past grows richer, and the human story becomes more complete. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You wake before dawn in a world still shaped by the simplest question: how do we get from here to there? Not with grand ambition at first, just with tired feet and the need to reach the next village before nightfall. You follow animal trails because the deer have already found the driest path along the ridge, the route that doesn't flood when the rains come. Your ancestors walked these same lines, wearing them deeper with each generation, until what was once a faint trace through grass became a groove in the earth itself. The path remembers. It remembers the hunter who took this way to the river, the trader who carried salt from the coast, the shepherd who drove his flock to summer pasture. Each journey adds weight to the memory, and slowly, without anyone deciding it should be so, the path becomes the road. Not paved, not planned, just agreed upon by 1,000 feet that chose the same easy line through difficult country. You can see it still, if you know where to look. The old ways follow contours that make sense to legs and lungs, avoiding steep climbs, seeking solid ground, respecting the places where water gathers. These weren't engineered. They were felt step by step, season by season, until the landscape itself seemed to suggest where travellers should go. Then come the Romans, and everything changes. They arrive with something you've never seen before, the idea that a road should be straight, that it should ignore the comfortable meander of ancient trails and instead cut across country like a declaration. You watch them work, these engineers, with their measuring tools and their absolute certainty, and you begin to understand that a road can be more than a path. It can be a statement of power. They dig first, down through topsoil to stable ground, sometimes 3 feet deep or more. Then come the layers, each with its purpose, its place in the architecture of travel. Large stones form the foundation, fitted together like a puzzle with gaps filled by smaller rocks. Above that, a layer of crushed stone mixed with lime mortar, tamped down until it rings under the workers' tools. Then gravel, compacted and shaped, and finally the surface. Flat stones fitted so precisely that water has nowhere to pool, crowned slightly at the centre so rain runs to drainage ditches on either side. You stand beside one of these roads, marvelling at how straight it is, how it seems to mock the landscape's suggestions. Hills that would have turned a traditional path are simply climbed straight up and down. Valleys are crossed at their narrowest point regardless of gradient. The message is clear. Rome goes where it wishes, and the earth will accommodate. But these roads aren't built for your comfort. They're built for legions, for the rapid movement of soldiers and supplies, for the messages that must reach distant governors without delay. Every 1,000 paces, a stone marker records the distance from Rome itself, as if the capital were the centre of the world, which to these engineers it certainly is. You learn to use them anyway, because however stern their purpose, they offer something invaluable: reliability. When rain turns traditional paths to soup, the Roman road remains solid, its drainage carrying away the weather that would trap you in mud. Along these roads, something remarkable happens. Towns begin to appear at regular intervals, each a day's journey from the last. Inns offer beds, stables shelter horses, blacksmiths repair wagon wheels. The cursus publicus, the imperial postal system, maintains stations where official messengers can change horses and continue without pause. What was once a landscape of isolated settlements becomes something new, a connected territory where news travels faster than walking pace, where a letter from Londinium can reach Rome in weeks rather than months. You watch the economy transform. A potter in one valley can now sell to customers 3 valleys away, because the road makes the journey routine rather than adventure. Grain flows from productive farmland to hungry cities. Soldiers march to distant frontiers and return with stories, goods, and new ideas. The road becomes more than infrastructure. It becomes the nervous system of empire, carrying not just cargo but culture, law, and the very concept of a world larger than the visible horizon. But roads alone cannot remake a map. They stop at rivers, at gorges, at any gap the earth presents. And so humanity learns to build bridges, to extend the promise of the road across spaces that say no. Early attempts are cautious, simple, barely more than trees felled across streams. They work until the first flood sweeps them away, and then you build them again, learning with each failure that water will always be stronger than wood unless you can teach the wood to yield. The breakthrough is the arch, that miracle of geometry that turns weight into strength. You watch stonemasons shape each voussoir, the wedge-shaped blocks that will lock together in a curve over the river. They build a wooden framework first, a temporary support that holds the stones until the keystone drops into place, and suddenly, magically, the arch holds itself. The weight pressing down on each stone is translated into horizontal thrust, channeled through the curve into massive piers that grip the riverbed. It seems impossible the first time you see it, this span of stone with nothing but air beneath, carrying loaded carts as if the river weren't there at all. The Romans perfect this art, building bridges that will stand for centuries, their arches weathering floods that wash away everything else. They learn to give the piers sharp upstream edges, cut waters that split the current and shed ice, that turn the river's force aside rather than meeting it head-on. They learn to go deep with the foundations, to anchor in bedrock, or to sink caissons below the scour depth, where floods eat away the riverbed. Each bridge is a negotiation with water, a conversation conducted in stone that must anticipate every season, every flood, every winter's ice. The successful ones become landmarks, gathering points where roads converge and traders meet. A town with a reliable bridge becomes a town with a future, because travellers need not wait for low water or risk the ford. Markets can promise their day every week, regardless of weather. The Roman roads and bridges eventually crumble, not all at once but slowly as maintenance becomes memory and memory fades into legend. You walk the same routes centuries later, finding the old stones buried under grass, the foundations of bridges supporting nothing but wild roses. The Dark Ages, they'll call this time, when the great works fell into disrepair and travel became dangerous again. But the routes themselves persist because geography hasn't changed. The best line through the hills is still the best line, whether paved with Roman stone or worn by medieval feet. Slowly, trade revives. Towns grow wealthy enough to think beyond survival, and they remember what was lost. Bridge building becomes a civic duty, a charitable act blessed by the church. Wealthy merchants fund crossings and endow trusts to maintain them, taking tolls to pay for repairs. You see chapels built into bridge piers, shrines where travellers can pray for safe passage, and sometimes these bridges are named for saints, as if the holy might protect stone better than engineering alone. In places where stone is scarce or expensive, wooden bridges rise again, but this time with better understanding. Trusses distribute weight through triangulated frameworks of timber. Covered bridges protect the critical joints from rain, extending the life of the structure by decades. The bridge becomes architecture, a statement of craft and community pride, its timbers shaped and fitted with the same care a cathedral builder gives to nave and spire. By the Renaissance, something shifts in how you think about roads. Instruments arrive that can measure what eyes can only estimate. Chains and levels, theodolites and surveying tools transform road building from craft to science. You can now determine exact gradients, plot straight lines across miles of countryside, cut and fill with precision to maintain a steady grade. The gentle camber, that slight crown that sheds water to the road's edge, becomes standard rather than accident. Two names echo through this era of improvement. Telford and Macadam, though their contributions come slightly later, in the threshold of the industrial age. They understand something crucial, that a road's strength comes not from any single massive layer, but from the correct sequence of broken stone, each layer supporting the next, the whole compacted by traffic into a surface that is smooth, durable, and relatively fast to construct. The Macadam Road, as it becomes known, uses no mortar, no carefully fitted stones, just crushed rock graded from large to small, bound together by the weight of wheels passing over it. Coaching inns multiply along these improved roads, their schedules timed to the reliability of the surface. The mail coach becomes a clock you can set your life by, arriving and departing with precision that would have been unthinkable on medieval tracks. Distance begins to be measured not just in miles but in hours, and time becomes as important as geography. The world is shrinking not because it's smaller but because you can cross it faster. And then iron arrives, and with it a revolution in what a bridge can do. Wrought iron, and later steel, offers strength that stone cannot match, in members far lighter than masonry. You can now build bridges as frameworks of triangulated trusses, each member either in tension or compression, the whole structure a careful balance of forces that lets it span distances stone could never cross. Rivers that once required a dozen arches can be leapt in one or two graceful bounds. The breakthrough that captures imaginations is the suspension bridge, that seemingly impossible structure where cables hung between towers support the roadway like a harp string. The first time you see one, it looks too delicate to be real, too light to carry any weight. But the mathematics work, the cables in perfect tension, the deck hanging from hangers that space the load evenly. When the wind blows, you can see it sway slightly, and that movement is not weakness but wisdom, the structure bending rather than breaking, accommodating forces instead of resisting them rigidly. These early suspension bridges teach hard lessons about aerodynamics. The Tacoma Narrows Bridge, though it comes much later, will become famous for twisting itself apart in moderate wind, its deck oscillating in ever larger waves until the structure can no longer hold together. You'll see the footage, grainy and terrible, and understand that moving air is as much an enemy as flood or earthquake. The lesson reshapes bridge design, adding stiffening trusses beneath the deck, modifying cross-sections to let wind pass without building up destructive resonance. Concrete changes everything again. Plain concrete is strong in compression but brittle in tension, useless for spanning. But reinforce it with steel rebar, and suddenly you have a material that combines the best properties of both, that can be cast into almost any shape, that improves with age as the chemical bonds strengthen. Pre-stressing and post-tensioning where steel cables are tensioned before or after the concrete cures, let you build longer, thinner, more elegant structures than pure concrete could manage. Box girders and segmental construction mean you can build bridges across valleys without filling the space below with scaffolding. Each segment is cast, lifted into place, and post tension to the previous section, the structure extending itself into space like a growing branch. Expansion joints and bearings at the supports allow for the thermal expansion and contraction that would otherwise crack rigid connections. Drainage systems, carefully detailed, ensure that water, the eternal enemy of structure, is guided away from vulnerable joints and surfaces. The highway era arrives with a roar of engines and the smell of asphalt. Roads are no longer built one at a time, but as systems, networks designed holistically with consistent standards. Design speeds determine everything else: lane widths, shoulder widths, sight distances, the minimum radii of curves. A highway designed for 100 km per hour requires gentler curves, longer sight lines, wider margins for error than one meant for 50. Interchanges become a new art form, a three-dimensional choreography of traffic flows. The cloverleaf, with its graceful loops that let traffic merge without crossing paths, becomes iconic but also greedy for land. More compact designs follow: the turbine interchange, the stack where levels of roadway rise like a concrete sculpture. Each ramp is calculated for speed and comfort, for the forces your car will experience as it banks through the curve, for the sight distance you'll need to merge safely into the stream of through traffic. The Autobahn in Germany, the interstate system in America, these become more than roads. They become landscapes of their own, with their own logic and language. Signage is standardized: green for directions, blue for services, white for regulations. Fonts are chosen for legibility at speed, reflectivity calculated so signs glow in your headlights. Guardrails designed to catch and redirect vehicles rather than stopping them dead line the edges. Shoulders offer space to pull over, rumble strips warn wandering wheels. Along these highways, a new architecture appears: the service plaza, the rest area, the way station for trucks. These become organs of the road system necessary for its function. Fuel stations cluster at interchanges. Restaurants time their opening to the flow of travellers. Motels offer standardised comfort. You can drive across entire continents and never be surprised by what you find at each stop. Everything predictable, reliable, comfortingly same. Freight becomes the hidden story of these roads. The pavement thickness, the bridge load ratings, the width of lanes, all are determined by trucks. Axle load limits set the engineering parameters. Violate them, and the pavement will crack prematurely, the bridges will fatigue faster than designed. Just-in-time delivery, that revolution in logistics that removes warehouses from the supply chain, depends absolutely on highway reliability. Distribution centres bloom at strategic junctions, and from them, smaller trucks and vans conduct the last-mile ballet that brings goods to your door. A broken bridge isn't just an inconvenience now. It ripples through the economy, disrupting supply chains, emptying shelves hundreds of miles away. Every load delayed is a cost multiplied across the system. The trucks you see flowing past carry not just cargo, but the assumptions of modern life. That goods will arrive on schedule, that distance is a detail, that the road will always be there, open and smooth. Cities reshape themselves around the highway. Bypasses pull through traffic away from old town centres, blessing some businesses and strangling others. Beltways redistribute growth, creating new commercial nodes at each interchange while older downtowns wonder where their customers went. Access ramps become gates to prosperity, and neighbourhoods without them find themselves isolated from the economic current that flows past, just out of reach. The mid-century urban renewal era will leave scars that take generations to heal. Expressways are driven through established neighbourhoods, often targeting the poorest communities with the least political power. Homes are demolished, communities are split, and the promised economic benefits flow elsewhere. Decades later, some cities will reconsider, will bury or remove segments of urban freeway, will replace asphalt with boulevards and parks. But the damage done is not easily undone. Safety becomes a design philosophy rather than an afterthought. Engineers study crash data and learn to build roads that forgive mistakes. Clear zones beside the pavement mean that a car leaving the road has space to slow down before hitting anything solid. Signposts are designed to break away rather than impaling vehicles. Median barriers are shaped to redirect cars rather than launching them. Retroreflective materials ensure that signs and lane markings are visible in rain and darkness. Drainage, always critical, becomes a science. Water on the pavement means hydroplaning, loss of control, crashes. Every surface is graded to shed water quickly. Inlets are placed with precision to capture flow before it accumulates. Ditches, swales, and underground systems carry stormwater away. In winter, anti-icing chemicals and ploughing strategies keep the roadway clear, though the salt damages vehicles and leaches into groundwater, a cost traded for mobility. Rivers remain the great adversaries of bridges. Scour, the erosion of sediment around bridge piers during floods, undermines foundations and can collapse a span in hours. Engineers armour footings with riprap, monitor streams during high water, design piers with shapes that reduce turbulent scour. Flood studies become more sophisticated, considering not just historical high water, but the changing patterns that climate brings. Pavements crack under freeze-thaw cycles, the water that seeps into tiny gaps expanding as it freezes, wedging the material apart. Mixed designs evolve to resist this. Joints are sealed, and subgrades are engineered to drain quickly. Maintenance becomes a constant conversation with the weather, a battle that can be managed but never won. Famous failures teach the lessons that theory cannot. Tacoma Narrows shows the danger of ignoring aerodynamics. The Silver Bridge collapse in West Virginia reveals the brittleness of certain steel details and the need for redundancy. The Morandi Bridge in Genoa demonstrates that even modern structures require diligent inspection and maintenance, that concrete can corrode from within, hidden until failure is sudden and catastrophic. From each disaster come new standards, new inspection regimes, new technologies. Non-destructive testing lets engineers see inside concrete and steel, finding flaws before they become failures. Sensors embedded in structures report strain, temperature, tilt, providing continuous monitoring that replaces periodic inspections. Bridges begin to carry data as well as trucks, sending their health reports to central systems that analyze and predict. As you build more roads, you realize they fragment the landscape for creatures who knew these paths long before humans walked them. Wildlife overpasses, vegetated bridges that let deer and elk cross highways without meeting traffic begin to appear. Fish-friendly culverts replace pipes that blocked salmon runs. Dark sky lighting reduces the biological disruption of artificial day. Noise walls, planting buffers, these small mitigations acknowledge that roads serve human purposes but need not destroy every other use of the land. Funding highways is its own long story. Fuel taxes, once mapped neatly to use, the more you drive, the more you pay, and the revenue goes directly to road maintenance and construction. But as vehicles become more efficient and electric, that connection thins. Tolls return, collected now by gantries that read transponders without slowing traffic. Congestion pricing charges more for driving at peak times, shaping demand as well as funding supply. Public-private partnerships bring private capital to build roads that states cannot afford, though the long-term costs and loss of control are debated endlessly. Equity questions arise that earlier eras ignored. Who pays for roads? Who benefits? Who lives beside the noise and breathes the exhaust? When a new highway slices through a neighbourhood, whose property values rise and whose fall? When toll roads offer speed to those who can pay, what happens to those who cannot? These are not technical questions with engineering answers, but they shape what gets built and where. Not all roads are for cars. Bus rapid transit borrows highway thinking for city streets, giving buses dedicated lanes, signal priority and station platforms that speed boarding. Protected bike lanes transform painted lines into physical separation, making cycling safe enough for children and the elderly. Complete streets policies require that sidewalks, crossings and pedestrian timing receive as much attention as vehicle capacity. A good road, in this newer understanding, serves every traveller. The driver, the cyclist, the walker, the bus rider, each with their own speed and needs. Digital layers now sit atop physical infrastructure. Intelligent transportation systems watch traffic flows with cameras and sensors, adjusting signal timing, deploying messages to electronic signs, managing ramp metering to smooth flow. Pavements carry embedded fibre optics, strain gauges, temperature sensors. Bridges transmit their health data continuously. GNSS provides lane-level positioning accurate to centimetres. Vehicle-to-infrastructure communication lets cars and trucks receive warnings about conditions ahead. ice on bridge deck, stopped vehicle around curve, construction zone in 2 kilometres. Autonomous vehicles, when they come, will rely on this digital road as much as the physical one. Precise maps that record every lane, every sign, every curb, real-time updates about closures, hazards, traffic. The promise is that cars could travel closer together, react faster, never drive drowsy or distracted. But the transition period, with human and automated vehicles sharing the same space, will be complex and probably long. The road that worked for a century of human drivers must now accommodate a new intelligence, one that sees differently, that makes different mistakes. Resilience becomes a design principle as climate patterns shift and infrastructure ages. Networks survive failures by having alternate routes, so that when one bridge closes for repair or is damaged by earthquake, traffic can detour. Modular bridge designs let segments be replaced quickly, sometimes sliding new spans into place overnight while traffic is diverted. Seismic bearings and isolation systems let structures move during earthquakes, then return to position, surviving events that would have collapsed a rigidly designed predecessor. Climate adaptation means designing for futures that differ from the past. Higher floods require raising bridge decks or accepting longer closures. Hotter summers mean pavements that resist rutting, that reflect more heat. More intense storms need larger culverts, deeper detention basins. Design margins, once comfortable, become necessary. The 50-year flood now comes every 20 years, and the codes struggle to keep up. You stand beside a highway at dusk watching the flow. Red tail lights stream away, white headlights approach, each vehicle a capsule of intention, of someone going from one place to another. The road beneath them is invisible in its success, felt only when it fails, noticed only when absent. But it represents decisions accumulated over centuries: where to go, how to get there, who pays, who benefits, what is sacrificed for speed. Every alignment blesses some paths and curses others. Every bridge invites a relationship that could not exist before it. The farmer who can now reach a better market, the student who can attend a distant school, the family that can visit on weekends rather than once a year. Emergency services arrive faster. Letters become latency measured in milliseconds rather than weeks. The things you take for granted, the groceries on shelves, the ability to travel, the expectation that distance is merely distance and not an impassable barrier, all rest on this network of pavement and steel. The quiet power of roads and bridges is not in motion itself, but in the connections they make routine. Markets widen from local to regional to global. Ideas travel and collide and hybridize. People who would never have met become neighbours, colleagues, lovers. The map is not the territory, but roads edit the territory into something new, something that would be unrecognisable to your ancestors who first walked the deer trails along the ridge. A road is a decision repeated mile after mile. Go here, not there. Connect these places, ignore those. A bridge is a promise kept across a space that says no. We will cross despite the river, despite the canyon, despite the cost and difficulty. From Roman pavements to steel cables, from stone arches to concrete boxes, from gravel paths to glowing gantries that read license plates at highway speed, these are tools used to edit geography itself. Under the hush of rain tonight, imagine the map without the lines and spans. Imagine the world before the road decided where to go. Every village an island, every river a border, every hill a reason to turn back. The Romans saw straight where habit saw curves, and that difference remade a continent. The bridge builder imagined span where others saw barrier, and that vision stitched economies together. You trace a finger across a map and see lines, routes, highways numbered and named. But those lines are stories of where people wanted to go badly enough to move earth, to span water, to maintain pavement generation after generation. They are promises made by one era to the next. We will keep these routes open, we will repair what weather damages, we will not let the forest reclaim what we built. Not all promises are kept. Roads decay, bridges collapse, maintenance is deferred, and eventually some routes are abandoned. Nature is patient. Given time, it will erase every trace. The forest will grow through the pavement cracks, the river will undermine the piers, the sand will drift over the highway, until no one remembers it was there. But for now, for this moment in the long span of human time, the roads hold. You can drive across continents barely thinking about the miracle of it, the accumulated knowledge that keeps the pavement smooth, the bridges standing, the route marked clearly enough that you need not think, merely follow. Every mile is someone's careful work. The surveyor who marked the grade, the engineer who calculated the loads, the contractor who laid the stone, the maintenance crew who patches and ploughs and keeps the whole system functioning. Perhaps that is what you should remember as you drift towards sleep tonight, with rain soft against the window and the world outside held together by stone and steel and asphalt. The roads and bridges are not merely infrastructure. They are arguments made in physical form, statements about what matters, about who we are and where we want to go. They are the lines we drew across the world to say, here and not there, this connection matters, this distance will not stop us. And they work quietly, year after year, bearing weight and weather, making every journey possible that you no longer think to call impossible. The space between here and there has collapsed into time, into the hours it takes rather than the miles it spans. A bridge is just stone or steel over water, but it is also a door that opens onto a larger world, a promise that the far side can be reached. So let the rain continue, let the night deepen, let your breathing slow. The roads are out there, wet and dark and empty for the moment, but ready. Ready for tomorrow's traffic, for the trucks and cars and buses that will flow along them, for the people travelling toward 1,000 different destinations, all using the same ancient answer to the same simple question. How do we get from here to there? We build a road, we span the gap, we remember the route and improve it, generation by generation, until what began as a deer trail becomes a highway. What started as fallen logs across a stream becomes a suspension bridge swaying slightly in the wind, beautiful and improbable and absolutely necessary. That is what we do. That is what roads and bridges really mean. They are how we turn distance into something we can cross, how we transform. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. We're going to talk about something so ordinary you probably used it today without thinking. Something sitting in a shaker on your table right now. Salt. Just salt. White crystals that seem unremarkable until you realise they built empires, funded wars, sparked revolutions, and quite literally kept humanity alive for thousands of years. This is the story of the mineral that taught us to preserve, to trade, and to survive. So breathe slowly, let the rain carry you, and let's begin with something simple. Taste. Your body needs salt. Not wants it, needs it. Without sodium and chloride, your nerves stop firing properly. Your muscles, including your heart, lose their rhythm. Your cells can't balance fluids. You swell or you shrivel. In hot climates, when you sweat, you're not just losing water, you're spending salt, dissolving it out of your skin in invisible tribute to the sun. And if you don't replace it, your body begins to fail. Slowly at first, tiredness, confusion, cramps, then catastrophically. This isn't philosophy, it's biology. The earliest humans understood this not through science, but through desperation. They watched animals. Deer and elk would travel miles to lick certain rocks, tongues worn smooth over generations. Elephants would dig into cave walls, chewing mineral clay. Birds would cluster near particular streams, and people followed. They found the salt licks, the mineral springs, the tide pools where seawater evaporated and left behind glittering white crusts. These places became gathering points, then camps, then the first fragile threads of trade. Before anyone wanted spices or silk or gold, they needed salt. It was the first necessity beyond water and fire. So how did they get it? There were 3 main ways, and each one shaped the culture that used it. If you lived near the ocean, you learned to trap seawater in shallow pans, letting the sun do the work. The Mediterranean, the coasts of China, the shores of West Africa, all developed solar evaporation. It was slow, required flat land and consistent sun, but it was reliable. If you lived inland near certain geological formations, you might find rock salt, massive underground domes of halite left behind by ancient seas that had dried up millions of years ago. You could mine it, chip it from cliffs, scrape it from caves. Poland, Iran, the Sahara all had these deposits. And if you lived in a place with brine springs, natural wells where salty water bubbled up from deep underground, you could boil it. This required fuel, lots of it, usually wood or coal. You'd heat great kettles, evaporating the water until only salt remained. It was labour-intensive and smoky, but it worked even in forests far from any coast. Geography decided your method, and your method shaped your economy. Coastal peoples built networks of salt pans and drying sheds. Forest communities cleared wood and tended fires. Desert traders learned which oases held salt and which held only disappointment. The mineral was everywhere and nowhere, abundant in the sea, sparse on land, and always worth the effort to gather. Once people learned to gather salt reliably, something remarkable happened. They learned to preserve. Meat spoils, fish rots, milk sours, but if you coat them in salt, pull the moisture out, deny bacteria the wet environment they need, these foods last. Not forever, but long enough. Long enough to survive winter. Long enough to cross a desert. Long enough to sail to another continent. Salted cod could be stacked in barrels and shipped from Norway to the Caribbean. Salted pork could feed armies marching through landscapes with no livestock. Cheese rubbed in salt could age in caves, developing flavours no fresh milk could offer. And vegetables, packed in brine, carried vitamins through seasons when nothing green would grow. This was a revolution quieter than fire or the wheel, but just as fundamental. Preservation unlocked distance. If food could last, people could travel farther, stay longer, build larger settlements in places that couldn't feed them year-round. Cities grew beyond the capacity of their nearby fields because ships and caravans brought salted provisions from elsewhere. Trade routes lengthened, and salt, the enabler of all this, became valuable not just as a preservative, but as a commodity in itself. The first salt roads were just footpaths, then trails worn deeper by repeated journeys, then recognised routes with names and landmarks. In the Alps, salt from Austrian mines moved south into Italy, traded for wine and grain. Across the Sahara, slabs of salt the size of doors were loaded onto camels and walked for weeks to markets in the Sahel, exchanged for gold, ivory and slaves. In China, brine from Sichuan wells travelled along imperial roads in ceramic jars, taxed at every checkpoint. In India, coastal salt moved inland on the heads of porters, one careful step at a time, carried in baskets balanced with skill learned over lifetimes. These routes became infrastructure. Inns appeared where travellers needed rest, toll gates where rulers wanted revenue, guard posts where bandits prowled. And wherever a salt route crossed a river or met another trade path, villages grew into market towns. The flow of salt carved human geography just as rivers carved stone. Rulers noticed this, of course. Everyone needed salt. Rich and poor, farmer and king, everyone bought it, which made it the perfect thing to tax. The Chinese salt monopoly, established over 2,000 years ago, funneled massive revenues into dynastic coffers. The state controlled production, set prices, and punished smugglers with severity that would seem absurd if the stakes weren't so high. In France, the gabelle, a salt tax, became one of the most hated impositions of the monarchy. People in salt-producing regions paid less, while those inland paid exorbitant rates. Resentment simmered for centuries and became one quiet thread in the tapestry of revolution. In India, under British rule, the salt tax was both economic policy and symbol of colonial control. The Raj claimed monopoly over salt production, forbidding Indians from gathering their own from the coast they'd lived beside for millennia. It was this tax, this seemingly small indignity over a mineral, that Mahatma Gandhi chose to challenge in 1930 with his Salt March, walking to the sea to make salt in defiance of the law. The image of a man in simple cloth bending to scoop seawater became a rallying cry for independence. Licenses, stamps, official seals, all these bureaucratic tools followed every sack of salt through legal channels. And where law was too expensive or too slow, smugglers invented night routes through marshes and forests, dodging patrols, hiding sacks under grain or in false-bottom carts, risking fines or worse for the markup that came from scarcity. Salt and fish were partners in shaping empires, quieter partners than steel or gunpowder, but partners nonetheless. Salted fish fed armies. The Romans made garum, a fermented fish sauce, in vast coastal workshops, and shipped it across the empire. The Basques and Portuguese perfected the salting of cod, turning a plentiful fish into a durable commodity that fueled exploration of the Atlantic. Dutch herring, packed in barrels with just the right blend of salt and brine, became a cornerstone of the Netherlands' maritime economy. Scandinavian stockfish, air-dried and salted, required no refrigeration and lasted for years. These preserved fish weren't delicacies. They were calories, protein, sustenance for sailors, soldiers and city workers far from farms. Harbours rose where salt and fish and favourable winds intersected. The great port cities, Lisbon, Amsterdam, Bergen, weren't just about ships. They were about the warehouses behind the docks, stacked floor to ceiling with barrels of brine and racks of drying cod. Maritime power, the kind that built colonies and drew maps, rested quietly on this foundation of salt and preservation. Armies didn't just eat salt, they fought for it. A blockade that cut off salt works could starve a region as effectively as burning its fields. Forts were built to guard brine springs. Civil wars turned on access to salt licks, necessary not just for soldiers but for the horses and cattle that moved and fed them. During the American Civil War, the Union specifically targeted Confederate salt works along the coasts, understanding that without salt the South couldn't preserve meat for its armies. Ancient stories tell of victors sowing salt into the fields of defeated cities, a curse of barrenness. Whether this actually happened or was symbolic rhetoric, the image stuck. Salt is both life and lifelessness, necessity and weapon. Control the salt, and you control survival. Salt healed and salt harmed. Brine washed wounds, the sting a promise of cleanliness before anyone understood infection. Saline solutions rehydrated the faint and feverish, a medical use that continues in every hospital today. Pickled vegetables, cured in salt brine, carried vitamins through winters when scurvy stalked the malnourished. But the people who worked salt paid a price. Miners in underground salt domes breathed dust that scarred their lungs. Boilers tending kettles over roaring fires blistered their hands and faces, working in heat and smoke that aged them fast. And diets too heavy in salt, common in eras when preservation meant saturation, stiffened blood vessels and burdened hearts. Salt was medicine and risk in the same handful, and the line between cure and harm ran right through every kitchen and every body. The tools for making salt evolved slowly, then quickly. Early evaporation used simple clay pans, replaced over centuries by iron, which conducted heat better and lasted longer. In Europe, graduation towers appeared, massive wooden structures where brine was pumped to the top and allowed to trickle down through bundles of blackthorn branches. Wind evaporated water as the brine descended, concentrating it before the final boiling-saving fuel. Canals carried coal to inland saltworks, feeding the boilers that turned brine into crystals. On coasts, tidal gates controlled the flow of seawater into vast evaporation ponds, each stage concentrating the brine until salt precipitated in dazzling white beds. Every technological improvement lowered cost, increased output, and pulled salt from the realm of luxury towards staple. What had once been worth its weight in gold became affordable enough that even the poorest household could buy a pouch. The landscapes shaped by salt are strange and beautiful. Poland's Wieliczka. Salt mine is an underground cathedral, chambers carved from halite, chandeliers of crystal, chapels where miners prayed before descending deeper. Bolivia's Sala de Uyuni is a mirror-flat salt desert, so vast and white it's used to calibrate satellites. When thin water covers it after rain, earth and sky blend, and you can walk through clouds. Egypt's salt lakes shimmer in the desert, crusts forming and reforming with the seasons. France's marshes produce sel gris, grey salt tinged with clay and minerals, prized by chefs for its complexity. Workers in these places learned rhythms deeper than clock time. They knew when monsoon breaks would flood their pans, when northerly winds would speed evaporation, when spring floods would refresh brine springs. They aligned their harvest to weather the way farmers align to soil and seed, reading the sky for permission to gather. Salt carried meaning beyond nutrition. The phrase, "not worth his salt," remembered that Roman soldiers sometimes received part of their pay in salt, or at least a salarium, a salt allowance, which is where we get the word salary. Whether this was literal or shorthand for money to buy salt, the connection between value and the mineral stuck. Salt sealed oaths. In biblical texts, a covenant of salt meant an unbreakable agreement. At tables, bread and salt welcomed guests, a gesture of hospitality that offered the essentials of life. In kitchens, spilling salt meant bad luck, countered by tossing a pinch over the left shoulder, warding off whatever malevolent force might be lingering there. At temples, salt purified offerings, a symbol of incorruptibility. These rituals weren't quaint. They were reminders, conscious or not, that this mineral kept people alive, and what keeps you alive deserves respect, superstition, ceremony. From kitchen essential to industrial chemical, salt's story took a sharp turn with the rise of chemistry. Rocky crystals went to livestock, coarse grains cured meat, fine powder seasoned food. Then scientists learned to split brine using electricity, separating sodium and chloride into chlorine gas and caustic soda, sodium hydroxide. Suddenly salt became the feedstock for an entire chemical industry. Chlorine went into bleach, disinfectants and PVC plastic. Caustic soda made soap, paper and glass. Salt didn't just preserve your dinner anymore, it built your pipes, whitened your paper and sanitized your water. Inland populations, far from iodine-rich seafood, began suffering from goiter, a swelling of the thyroid caused by iodine deficiency. The solution was iodized salt, tiny amounts of iodine added to table salt, a public health intervention so simple and effective that it nearly erased the problem in countries that adopted it. A mineral once hoarded for stew became the quiet reagent of industrial modernity and a delivery system for essential nutrients. The trade networks that moved salt were meticulous. Sacks and barrels moved by measure, bushels in England, stones in Scotland, maunds in India, each region with its own units and conversions. Warehouses near ports smelled of wood and ocean, floors dusted white, clerks in back rooms marking weights in tall ledger columns. Tides wrote the delivery schedules, ships arriving on the flood, unloading before the ebb. Merchants learned to read weather, predict harvests and gamble on futures. Insurance underwriters calculated risk based on predictable patterns, wind and sun, and the reliability of particular salt works. Credit extended on the assumption that next season's harvest would come in as expected. The entire apparatus of modern trade, contracts, insurance, futures was practiced on commodities like salt long before stock exchanges formalised the process. The workers who made this trade possible rarely appear in the histories. Salt rakers who stood knee-deep in evaporation ponds under tropical sun, scraping crystals into baskets. Children who hauled bundles from shore to warehouse, their shoulders worn from carrying weight their bodies hadn't finished growing into. Women who packed barrels in dark sheds, their hands white and cracked from constant contact with salt. Enslaved labourers who worked the Caribbean salt pans, the Turks and Caicos, the Bahamas, under conditions that killed them young. These were not romantic occupations. The sun reflected off white crystal beds with blinding intensity. The salt dust filled lungs and stung eyes. The work was repetitive, exhausting, and poorly compensated, yet it was steady. In coastal communities where fishing was uncertain and farming difficult, salt work meant survival. Families passed down techniques, mothers teaching daughters the right moment to rake, fathers teaching sons how to judge brine concentration by taste, by weight, by the way it caught the light. In Venice, salt funded a republic. The city controlled Adriatic salt production and used that monopoly to finance fleets, construct palaces, and dominate Mediterranean trade for centuries. Salt revenues were so critical that the government maintained detailed regulations, inspectors to prevent adulteration, severe penalties for smuggling. The wealth that built St. Mark's Basilica, that commissioned Titian and Tintoretto, flowed in part from evaporation ponds and the merchant ships that carried white crystals to ports hungry for preservation. In Liverpool, salt from the Cheshire mines transformed the city into a global trading hub. The same ships that carried salt out carried enslaved people across the Atlantic, then brought sugar and cotton back. Salt, slavery and commerce formed a triangle of profit that built Georgian townhouses and funded industrial expansion. The connections were not accidental. Preserved food enabled long voyages. Salted fish from the coast sustained inland populations now disrupted by conquest. The Spanish needed salt to maintain their infrastructure of exploitation, and they extracted it without hesitation or mercy. In Africa, salt was currency. In the Sahel, where gold was plentiful but salt scarce, traders from the north brought bars of salt that were literally worth their weight in gold. The exchange rate varied, location and season mattered, but the principle held. Salt was money. You could pay taxes in salt, offer it as dowry, settle debts, purchase goods. This wasn't barter. It was monetized trade using a commodity everyone needed, and no one could produce locally. The salt caravans, Azalai and Tuareg, were massive, sometimes thousands of camels crossing the Sahara in routes that hadn't changed in centuries. They navigated by stars, by wind patterns, by the shapes of dunes remembered across generations. They stopped at wells, at oases, timed their journeys to avoid the worst heat. And when they arrived in Timbuktu or Gao or Jenny, they sold salt and bought gold, ivory, cola nuts, enslaved people. The cities that thrived on this trade built universities, libraries, mosques that still stand. Salt was the foundation, not the only commodity but the essential one, the reason the routes existed at all. In medieval Europe, herring transformed the Baltic and North Sea economies, but only because salt made preservation possible. The Hanseatic League, a network of trading cities across northern Europe, controlled both salt and herring. Lübeck's merchants grew rich on Lüneburg's salt. Bergen's traders shipped barrels to England and France. The entire system depended on timing. Herring migrated in vast schools, silver floods that appeared annually. Fishermen had weeks to catch them, and salt had to be ready, stockpiled, or the catch would spoil before it reached market. The logistics were intricate, coordinating boats, barrels, salt supplies, transport. When it worked, the profits were staggering. When it failed, when salt didn't arrive or herring didn't show, communities starved. This fragility bred innovation. Better barrels, improved packing techniques, contracts that hedged risk. The fish trade taught Northern Europe how to organise commerce at scale, lessons that carried over into other industries, into banking, into the mechanisms of capitalism itself. Salt also marked status. Fine salt, carefully refined, white and dry, graced the tables of nobility. Coarse salt, grey with impurities, was for servants and livestock. In England, the salt cellar was a large ornate container placed at the centre of the table. Guests seated above the salt near the host were important. Those below the salt, farther away, were lesser. This wasn't subtle. It was visible hierarchy, reinforced at every meal. Even the salt itself participated in class structure. And because salt was taxed heavily, its cost was artificially high, which further entrenched it as a status marker. Wealth meant access to good salt, plenty of it, enough to preserve extravagantly, to season generously. Poverty meant stretching a small supply, using every grain carefully, sometimes going without. The environmental costs of salt production were real, but often ignored until recently. Coastal evaporation ponds altered wetlands, disrupting bird migrations and fish breeding. Clear-cutting forests for boiling fuel denuded landscapes. Brine spills poisoned fresh water sources. Industrial salt production in the modern era consumes energy, produces waste brine that must be managed, and contributes to the same extraction pressures as any mining operation. Yet because salt is common, because it's cheap now, these impacts rarely make headlines. We accept them as the price of keeping roads clear, of having food that lasts, of running chemical plants. The trade-off feels reasonable, or at least inevitable, but it's worth remembering that every convenience has a source, and every source has a cost. And what of the future? Salt isn't going anywhere. We'll keep using it, on food, on roads, in industry. But the conversations around it are shifting. How do we reduce road salt without compromising safety? Can we mine salt more sustainably, reclaim land afterward, minimise groundwater disruption? How do we ensure desalination doesn't just solve one problem by creating another? These aren't romantic questions. They're practical, technical, boring to most people. But they matter, because salt still matters, as much now as it did when the first human followed a deer to a mineral spring. Trace the arc. Salt led animals to lakes, mineral deposits that drew herds, and people followed. It led people to camps, then those camps became villages. It led caravans to markets, salt moving in one direction, goods moving back, creating the first long-distance trade routes. It led ships across oceans, holds packed with salt cod and salt pork, provisions that made exploration possible. It led chemists to factories, splitting brine into reagents that built industries. It led engineers to membranes, filters fine enough to separate water from salt, transforming deserts into cities. Along that entire arc, salt built towns, fed fleets, provoked protests, and flavoured every table. It funded kingdoms and toppled them. It was currency and contraband. It was ordinary and indispensable. In the hush of rain, the story simplifies. Crystals that caught the sun taught us to plan beyond today, to think in seasons and journeys and futures. They taught us to preserve. which meant we could travel farther, risk more, imagine larger communities. They taught us to trade, because no place had enough salt and everything else, so exchange became necessary. And they taught us that even the simplest substance, something you shake onto eggs without thinking, carries centuries of effort, ingenuity, conflict and survival. Salt wasn't just part of history. It was the thread that pulled us forward, from lick to ledger to lab, from animal instinct to global trade to industrial chemistry. So tonight, as the rain continues and your breathing slows, remember that the shaker on your table holds all of this. The mine in Poland, the caravan crossing the Sahara, the Roman soldier paid in salt money, the Indian villager walking to the sea with Gandhi, the chemist splitting brine in a factory, the engineer designing a desalination membrane. They're all in there, dissolved in the white grains, invisible but present. You're tasting survival, history, rebellion, and science all at once. And perhaps that's enough reason to pause, just for a moment, before you season your food. Not in reverence exactly, but in recognition. That the ordinary is never quite ordinary once you know its story. That the simplest things built the world we live in, and that sometimes the most remarkable tales belong to minerals so common, we forget to wonder. Let the rain wash over you. Let your eyes close. Let salt rest where it is, on your table, in the sea, in the earth, doing what it's always done. Keeping things alive, making things last, connecting people across distances they couldn't have crossed without it. The taste of survival, the mineral that built trade, just salt, just the foundation of everything. Rest now. Tomorrow you'll use it again without thinking, and that's fine. That's exactly as it should be. The rain knows, the earth knows, and somewhere deep in your body your cells know too. Sodium and chloride, balanced and necessary, keeping you alive while you sleep. Good night. Let the rain carry you. Let salt do its work. And dream, if you dream at all, of caravans and tides, of mines and marshes, of the long patient work of gathering something so small and so essential that civilizations rose and fell over the right to hold it. The white crystals remember everything. You don't have to. Just rest. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You're starting to notice details you missed before. Patterns within patterns that reveal themselves only when you stop trying to analyze and just let the sound wash over you. The flute in your hands feels warmer now, as if it's absorbed heat from your palms, and when you blow across the mouthpiece again, the note that emerges seems richer, more confident. You're beginning to understand something fundamental about musical instruments. They're not just tools for making sound, they're extensions of the human body, ways of amplifying and transforming the music that already exists inside you. Think about what's actually happening when you play this simple wooden flute. Your lungs compress air, your lips shape the stream of breath, your fingers cover and uncover holes to change the length of the vibrating air column inside the tube. Every part of this process connects directly to your body's natural rhythms and capacities. The breath comes from the same place as speech, as laughter, as sighs of contentment or gasps of surprise. The finger movements mirror the dexterity humans developed for tool-making and gesture. The flute isn't replacing human musicality. It's channeling it, focusing it, giving it new colours and capabilities. You're watching this principle play out across centuries of instrument development. The violin family emerges in Italian workshops, where craftsmen spend lifetimes perfecting the curves of wood that will resonate most beautifully. They're not working from blueprints or scientific principles, those will come later, but from intuition and endless experimentation. A piece of spruce for the top plate because it's light and stiff, maple for the back and sides because it reflects sound differently. The exact arch of the top, the precise placement of the bass bar inside, the angle where the neck meets the body. Every detail matters in ways that the makers understand through their hands before their minds can explain why. These Italian luthiers, Amati, Stradivari, Guarneri, create instruments in the 1600s and 1700s that musicians still consider unsurpassed today. You're in one of their workshops now, breathing air thick with wood shavings and varnish fumes, watching gnarled hands scrape at a piece of maple, with tools that look medieval. The old man working doesn't measure anything with rulers or calipers. He taps the wood and listens, flexes it and feels, holds it up to the light and squints. He knows when it's right, the way a baker knows when bread dough has been kneaded enough, through accumulated experience that bypasses conscious thought. The instruments these makers produce have voices, actual personalities that performers come to know as intimately as they know their own family members. One violin might have a bright projecting sound perfect for concertos. Another might be darker and more introspective, ideal for chamber music. A third might have an edgy, nasal quality that cuts through orchestral texture. These aren't flaws or virtues, they're characteristics, ways that specific pieces of wood and specific construction choices combine to create unique sonic identities. You're beginning to see how this principle of instruments having voices applies across all musical cultures. A master maker of Japanese shakuhachi flutes spends years learning to select bamboo with exactly the right bore, the right thickness, the right natural curve. The sound of shakuhachi is supposed to carry the breath of emptiness, the Buddhist concept of maya, space, silence, the gaps between things. You can't achieve this with just any piece of bamboo cut to standard measurements. The material has to be right, the maker's intention has to be right, the relationship between instrument and player has to acknowledge that the shakuhachi isn't just a tool, but a partner in creating something that transcends mere sound. West African djembe drums show the same principle. The body is carved from a single piece of wood, hollowed out to create a goblet shape, with goat skin stretched tight across the top. The specific wood matters. Lenka is traditional, prized for its density and resonance. The way the skin is mounted matters. It has to be tensioned properly with ropes that can be adjusted. But beyond the physical construction, there's an understanding that the drum carries history, that it connects the player to ancestors, that certain rhythms have power beyond their acoustic properties. Time keeps moving forward, and you're watching music become more complex, more layered, more ambitious in its emotional and intellectual scope. The Baroque era surrounds you now with its ornate melodic lines and intricate counterpoint. Bach is writing fugues that are simultaneously mathematical puzzles and profound spiritual expressions. Each voice enters independently with the same theme, then weaves around the other voices in patterns that seem inevitable in retrospect, but must have required extraordinary imagination to conceive. You're listening to the well-tempered clavier, preludes and fugues in all 24 major and minor keys, a demonstration that equal temperament works, that you can modulate freely through the entire tonal landscape and arrive at musically satisfying destinations. Handel is writing operas and oratorios that tell stories through music, and you're sitting in a London theatre watching singers embody characters through their voices. The castrati, male singers castrated before puberty to preserve their high voices, create sounds that are simultaneously masculine in power and feminine in range, voices that have never existed in nature being used to portray gods and heroes and lovers. The ethical horror of what was done to these boys is undeniable, but so is the beauty of the sound they produced, and you're confronting one of music's uncomfortable truths, that great art sometimes emerges from terrible circumstances. The classical period brings clarity and balance, and you're in Vienna now, the musical capital of Europe, where Haydn is systematizing the symphony and string quartet into forms that will influence composers for generations. Mozart arrives as a child prodigy and never stops being astonishing, writing music that sounds effortless, natural, as if it simply flowed from his pen without labour or revision. But you see the crossed-out measures in his manuscripts, the revisions, the evidence that even genius requires craft and effort. His operas capture human psychology with uncanny precision. The scheming servant, the conflicted lover, the wronged woman seeking revenge, all rendered in music that illuminates character more effectively than dialogue ever could. Beethoven changes everything. You're watching him gradually lose his hearing, the cruelest fate imaginable for a musician, and instead of accepting defeat, he pushes deeper into his art. The late string quartets he writes when he's completely deaf are so advanced that many of his contemporaries consider them incomprehensible. They're not. They're prophetic, looking forward to musical languages that won't fully develop for another century. He's hearing music in his mind that has no precedent in the physical world, creating sounds that exist first in imagination and only later in acoustic reality. The Romantic era explodes with emotion and individualism, and composers are writing music that's increasingly personal, autobiographical, confessional. Chopin writes for the piano as if it were an extension of his own nervous system, creating textures and harmonies that exploit the instrument's specific capabilities. The sustain pedal that lets notes blur together, the wide dynamic range, the ability to create singing melodies above flowing accompaniment. Liszt takes piano technique to extremes that seem impossible, writing pieces that require hands to stretch across vast distances, fingers to move at blinding speed, yet always in service of musical expression rather than mere display. Wagner is writing operas that last 4 hours and demand complete immersion from the audience. He's developing the concept of leitmotif, musical themes associated with specific characters, objects or ideas that recur and transform throughout a work, creating layers of meaning that operate simultaneously with the stage action and the sung text. You're watching the Ring Cycle, 4 operas that took him 26 years to complete, and you're starting to understand how music can function as a kind of language that communicates things words cannot, that makes abstract concepts like fate, power and redemption tangible through pure sound. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, something entirely different is gestating in the collision between African and European musical traditions. You're in New Orleans now, late 1800s, early 1900s, and the air is thick with humidity and smoke, and music that doesn't fit into any established category. African polyrhythms, the layering of multiple rhythmic patterns that don't align on downbeats, meet European harmony and instrumentation. Call and response patterns from work songs and spirituals interact with march tempos and dance rhythms. Blues notes, pitches that fall between the keys of the piano, bent and worried, add emotional colours that classical harmony never imagined. Jazz is being born, and you're hearing it happen in real time. A cornet player named Buddy Bolden blows so loud he can be heard across the city, improvising variations on popular tunes that transform them into something new. Jelly Roll Morton sits at a piano claiming he invented jazz single-handedly, which isn't true, but his playing demonstrates how ragtime's syncopated rhythms can be loosened, swung, made more flexible and expressive. Louis Armstrong arrives with a trumpet tone like molten gold, and an improvisational gift that redefines what it means to play a melody. He's not just decorating the tune, he's having a conversation with it, telling a story through his horn that's both deeply personal and universally communicative. The recording technology that captured these early jazz performances was primitive, acoustic horns feeding directly into cutting lathes, no microphones, no amplification, no editing. Musicians had to crowd around the horn in a specific arrangement so that the instruments would be captured in proper balance. Loud instruments like trumpets and trombones stood far back. Quiet instruments like guitars were almost impossible to record effectively. The drummer couldn't use a full kit because the bass drum would overwhelm everything else, so they played woodblocks and snare drums with brushes instead of sticks. Yet something essential was captured despite the technological limitations. You can hear it when you listen to those scratchy, hissy recordings from the 1920s. The rhythmic vitality, the collective improvisation, where multiple players spontaneously create counter-melodies that somehow fit together, the sense that anything could happen next and probably will. Jazz introduced a fundamentally different relationship between composition and performance. In classical music, the composer writes a score and performers interpret it faithfully. In jazz, the composer provides a framework, a melody, a harmonic progression, a groove, and performers use it as a launching point for real-time creation. This improvisational principle isn't unique to jazz, of course. Indian classical music has been built on improvisation for centuries, with ragas providing the melodic framework and talas providing the rhythmic structure within which musicians explore and create spontaneously. But jazz brings improvisation into Western music in a way that will permanently alter the landscape, opening up possibilities that composers and performers are still exploring today. You're watching the technology of recording continue to evolve, and each advance changes what's possible musically. Electrical recording in the 1920s uses microphones instead of acoustic horns, capturing a wider frequency range and more subtle dynamics. Magnetic tape in the 1940s permits editing. You can physically cut the tape and splice in corrections, assemble the best takes from multiple performances. Multi-track recording in the 1950s lets musicians overdub parts separately, building up complex arrangements layer by layer. Suddenly a single person can create music that sounds like an entire ensemble, recording the bass line first, then drums, then piano, then horn parts, then vocals, each pass adding another dimension to the sonic architecture. The Beatles demonstrate the artistic potential of the recording studio as an instrument itself. In the mid-1960s, They stop touring and devote themselves to making records that couldn't be performed live, using tape loops, backwards recordings, vari-speed effects, orchestral overdubs, and whatever else they can imagine. Tomorrow Never Knows layers multiple tape loops playing simultaneously, creating a swirling psychedelic texture that had no precedent in popular music. A Day in the Life builds to an orchestral crescendo that Rites of Spring Stravinsky might have recognised, ending with a piano chord that rings for over 40 seconds, achieved by hitting multiple pianos simultaneously and turning all the volume knobs to maximum. Electronic instruments are proliferating now, and you're hearing sounds that couldn't exist acoustically. The Moog synthesizer can generate pure waveforms, sine, square, sawtooth, triangle, and shape them with filters and envelopes to create timbres ranging from vaguely familiar to completely alien. Wendy Carlos releases switched on bass, performing Baroque fugues on synthesizer, and suddenly electronic sound isn't just for avant-garde experimentation, it can be used for any kind of music. Progressive rock bands put synthesizers on stage next to guitars and drums. Funk musicians use them to create bass lines that shake the floor. Film composers use them to score science fiction movies, creating sonic worlds that match the visual impossibilities on screen. Sampling technology in the 1980s turns the entire recorded world into potential musical material. The Fairlight CMI and similar devices let you record any sound, a voice, a drum hit, a glass breaking, a car door slamming, and play it back at different pitches from a keyboard. Hip-hop producers in New York sample breaks from old funk and soul records, looping them to create new rhythmic beds, layering multiple samples to build dense collages of sound. The legal and ethical questions are complicated. When does sampling constitute theft? When is it transformation? Where's the line between inspiration and appropriation? But the creative possibilities are undeniable. Drum machines provide another revolution. The Roland TR-808, released in 1980 and discontinued in 1983, initially fails commercially because its sounds don't convincingly imitate real drums. But producers discover that its synthetic electronic drum sounds are perfect for the music they want to make. The 808 kick drum becomes the foundation of hip-hop and electronic dance music, that deep, booming thud that you feel in your chest as much as hear with your ears. The 808 cowbell becomes an immediately recognisable signature sound. Decades after it was discontinued, the 808 remains one of the most influential instruments in popular music. You're in a bedroom studio now, late 1990s, early 2000s, and you're realising that everything necessary to make professional-sounding recordings fits on a desk. A computer running a digital audio workstation, an audio interface for connecting microphones and instruments, maybe a MIDI keyboard, headphones, monitors. The democratization of music production is complete. You don't need $1 million studio to make records anymore. Teenagers in bedrooms are producing tracks that sound as polished as anything on the radio. Geography doesn't matter. A producer in Sweden can send files to a vocalist in Los Angeles, who sends them to a mixer in London, who sends them to a mastering engineer in Tokyo, all without anyone meeting in person. The internet dissolves the traditional music industry's gatekeeping power. You don't need a record label to release music. You upload it to streaming platforms yourself. You don't need radio play to reach audiences. Playlists and algorithms can surface your music to potential listeners worldwide. You don't need a booking agent to tour. You can build a fan base through social media and book shows yourself. Some musicians thrive in this environment, finding audiences they never could have reached through traditional channels. Others struggle, discovering that democratization of access means infinite competition for attention. Artificial intelligence is starting to compose music now, and you're listening to pieces generated by neural networks trained on thousands of examples. The results are sometimes surprisingly convincing, sometimes uncanny and wrong, in ways that reveal how much human musical intuition involves more than pattern recognition. Can AI create music that moves people emotionally? Maybe. Can it create music that feels necessary, that says something that needed to be said in exactly that way? The question remains open. You're thinking about all the music that's been lost, all the traditions that disappeared when the last practitioners died without passing on their knowledge, the specific ornaments that Ottoman court musicians used, the tuning systems of ancient Greece, the songs that enslaved Africans sang before their languages and cultures were forcibly suppressed. Every musical tradition that vanished took with it ways of organising sound and time that can never be fully recovered. Archives help, recordings help, but they're always incomplete. They capture the sound, but not the context, The performance, but not the culture that created it and gave it meaning. And yet music persists, adapts, survives, regenerates. Young people are learning traditional instruments, reviving folk songs, researching and reconstructing historical performance practices. Fusion genres combine elements from multiple traditions in ways that create something new while honouring the sources. The circulation of musical ideas accelerates to the point where influence becomes multi-directional and simultaneous. A producer in Lagos samples a field recording from Mongolia, while a DJ in Berlin remixes a track from Sao Paulo, while a classical composer in Seoul writes a string quartet inspired by Korean folk melodies and American minimalism. You're back in that room with the wooden flute, but now you hear it differently. It's not just a simple instrument anymore. It's a node in a vast network of human creativity stretching back tens of thousands of years and forward into an unknown future. The finger holes worn smooth represent countless hours of practice, of someone learning to coax music from wood and breath. The wear patterns are evidence of devotion, proof that this object mattered to someone enough that they returned to it again and again, seeking something that only music could provide. The rain continues outside, sometimes louder, sometimes quieter, but always maintaining its basic pulse. You're hearing it as rhythm now, noticing the polyrhythmic patterns created by drops hitting different surfaces at different rates. Water on roof, water on leaves, water on stone, water on earth. Each surface creates its own timbre, its own attack and decay. The rain is a natural percussion ensemble, and it's been playing since long before humans existed to listen. Will continue playing long after we're gone. Your breathing has slowed to match the rain's tempo, or maybe the rain has matched your breathing. You're not sure which, and maybe it doesn't matter. This synchronization between internal rhythm and external rhythm is fundamental to why music affects us so deeply. When we listen to music, our bodies want to entrain to it, to lock into its pulse and ride its waves. This isn't a conscious decision. It happens automatically, physiologically, at levels below conscious awareness. That's why lullabies work, why they've been refined over thousands of years into their current form. The tempo matches a resting heartbeat. The melodic intervals avoid dissonance that might stimulate rather than soothe. The repetitive structure is predictable without being monotonous, creating a sonic environment where an infant's nervous system can relax into sleep. No parent consciously designs these elements. They emerge from accumulated experience, trial and error across countless generations, retained because they work. The same principle applies to work songs, which coordinate group labour by providing a shared pulse. Sea shanties help sailors pull ropes together, the strong beats aligning their efforts so that maximum force was applied simultaneously. Field hollers helped agricultural workers maintain rhythm during repetitive tasks, making the work feel lighter, the time pass faster. These aren't art for art's sake, they're practical applications of music's power to synchronise and coordinate human activity. Military music demonstrates the same principle in more organised form. Drums and fifes provide tempo for marching armies, keeping soldiers in step so they can cover ground efficiently without tripping over each other. The regularity is hypnotic, somewhat mind-numbing, which is part of the point. Soldiers moving in lockstep to martial music become part of a larger organism, individual identity subsumed into collective purpose. This is why authoritarian regimes always make heavy use of martial music and mass choreographed performances. They're literally training bodies to move as one, reinforcing the message that individuals should yield to state authority. But music can be liberating too, revolutionary. Protest songs galvanise social movements by giving them anthems that encapsulate their values and aspirations. We Shall Overcome didn't create the civil rights movement, but it helped sustain it, providing a musical expression of determination and hope that participants could sing together during marches and demonstrations and jail cells. The song itself is simple, almost childlike in its melodic and harmonic structure, which makes it easy to learn and remember and sing in large groups. The simplicity is the point. This isn't music as entertainment, it's music as social glue, as collective affirmation of shared purpose. You're understanding now that music's evolution has never been just about aesthetic development, about making more complex or beautiful sounds. It's always been intertwined with music's social functions, its role in binding communities, marking important life transitions, expressing collective emotions, preserving and transmitting cultural memory. The lullaby, the work song, the protest anthem, these aren't peripheral to music's story, they're central to it. Reminders that music exists in the space between people, that it's fundamentally about creating and maintaining human connections. The flute is resting across your knees now, and your fingers trace the worn finger holes one more time before you set it gently on the piano. Tomorrow you might pick it up again, might practice until you can play actual melodies instead of just simple patterns, or you might not. But you know now that the flute is there, that the ancient conversation between breath and wood is available whenever you want to join it, that you're connected to everyone who ever made music from the simplest materials and the most profound human needs. The need to mark time, to express emotion, to connect with others, to turn the raw materials of sound into something that carries meaning across the space between one person and another. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain falls softly outside, a gentle rhythm that has accompanied human settlement since the first villages formed along water's edge. Listen closely, and you might hear in that patter the same sound that drew people to riversides thousands of years ago, the promise of life sustained by flowing water. There is a pattern older than any city, older than any monument or wall, a pattern written in silt and current that explains why we live where we live, why streets run the way they do, and why certain places became centres of power while others remained empty grassland. It is the pattern of water and settlement, as predictable as the seasons and as varied as the rivers themselves. Where rivers slowed and spread, people stayed. This simple fact underlies the geography of civilization. A fast mountain stream offers little to a farmer. Its banks are steep, its floods violent and unpredictable, its waters racing past before they can nourish anything. But where a river widens onto a plain, where its current gentles and its waters spread across flat land during the rainy season, something magical happens. Seasonal floods leave behind dark, fertile soils rich in minerals carried from distant highlands. Fish spawn in the shallows and reeds fill the banks, offering food and building material. Flat floodplains welcome the first fields, then paths worn by feet and carts, and eventually streets paved with stone or brick. Villages formed first at the places where rivers could be crossed on foot, at fords where the water ran shallow over gravel bars, and at confluences where two streams joined and doubled the resources available. These villages became markets where farmers traded surplus grain for pottery and tools. Markets attracted more people, and people built walls for protection, and within those walls rose the first true cities. Grain surpluses freed some people from farming, and those people became craftsmen, priests, soldiers, and scribes. Their labour became monuments that still stand today, and through it all, water remained the quiet engine driving everything forward. The Nile created a civilization so orderly and long-lived that its monuments still inspire wonder 4,000 years later. Along the Nile's narrow green ribbon cutting through desert, the flood arrived predictably every year after summer rains fell on the Ethiopian highlands far to the south. Farmers did not plant during the flood, but waited as the waters receded, watching the riverside land emerge black and moist, ready to receive seed. They measured their fields with rope stretchers, men who pulled taut cords between markers to calculate area and settle boundary disputes. Recording yields on papyrus scrolls, scribes tracked every bushel of barley and wheat, creating an administrative system that fed millions and built pyramids. Engineers cut basins and canals to tame the overflow, directing water to fields that would otherwise remain dry, extending the growing season and multiplying harvests. Nilometers carved in stone walls read the river's height at key points along its length, and priests studied these measurements to foretell harvests and calculate the taxes each district owed. A high flood meant abundant crops and full granaries. A low flood meant hunger, and the temples would open their reserves. Barges moved massive stone blocks and mountains of grain north on the steady current that always flowed toward the Mediterranean, and when the boats needed to return south, the prevailing north wind filled their sails and carried them home against the current. It was a river so regular, so dependable in its moods, that it nurtured centralized rule under pharaohs who claimed divine authority. Priestly calendars marked the flood's arrival and recession, dividing the year into seasons named for water. Cities anchored by temples faced the water, their processional ways leading to riverside docks where the king's barge might arrive bearing tribute or departing for some provincial inspection. The Nile's reliability made Egypt possible, and Egypt's cities bore the stamp of that reliability in their straight canals, Their orderly temple complexes, and their unshakable confidence that next year's flood would come as it always had. Between the quick Tigris and the meandering Euphrates, a different kind of civilization took shape. Sumerian farmers cut feeder canals from streams that were anything but predictable. The Tigris rushed, violent and swift, prone to sudden devastating floods that could destroy a season's work in a night. The Euphrates wandered across its plain, changing course over centuries, abandoning old channels and carving new ones. Both rivers carried spring snowmelt from distant mountains, but the timing and volume varied wildly from year to year. Farmers responded by building levees to guard their fields, raising earthen walls that channeled water where it was wanted and blocked it where it was not. They installed gates to ration flow, opening and closing sluices to water, different parcels on a schedule that prevented waste and ensured fairness. But irrigation on this scale brought new problems, chief among them salinity that crept into soils when drainage lagged. If water sat too long, it evaporated and left its dissolved salts behind, and after enough seasons the ground turned white and barren. Fighting this required constant vigilance, constant maintenance of drains and canals, constant administration. Clay tablets mapped parcels and ditches in cuneiform script, recording which farmer held which field and which section of canal he was responsible for maintaining. Cylinder seals pressed into soft clay-authenticated shipments of grain and certified contracts, creating a paper trail that could be checked against temple archives. Out of this hydraulic complexity rose cities that were also administrative centres, Uruk and Ur, Lagash and Nippur. They began as granaries where surplus was stored against lean years, then grew into marketplaces where goods from upriver and downriver met and were exchanged, and finally became writing cities where scribes recorded everything because memory was not enough to manage the intricate choreography of water, fields and people. Trade boats loaded with textiles and grain slid down the rivers toward the Gulf, where they met merchants from distant shores. They returned with timber from mountain forests, copper from far mines, and stone that the alluvial plains entirely lacked. Here in Mesopotamia, engineering was daily life. Canals had to be cleared of silt every year before the spring floods. Levees had to be inspected and repaired where winter rains had weakened them. Disputes over water rights occupied courts and city councils. Government often meant water management, and kings boasted on monuments about the canals they dug and the irrigation systems they expanded. The cities bore the marks of this perpetual negotiation with capricious rivers, tales built up from centuries of mud brick construction, canals radiating from city walls like spokes from a hub, and a literary tradition filled with flood myths and prayers for controlled waters. The Indus and its tributaries fed a civilization that archaeological evidence suggests was remarkably orderly and peaceful. The Indus itself and the now vanished Sarasvati changed courses over centuries, shifting with tectonic movements and monsoon variations. But during its peak, the civilization built cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro that still impress with their urban planning. Broad streets met at right angles, forming neat grids that divided neighbourhoods into regular blocks. Wells punctuated these neighbourhoods at regular intervals, providing fresh water to residents who did not have to walk far to fill their jars. Covered brick drains ran beneath walkways, carrying wastewater away from homes and dumping it outside the city walls, a sanitation system unmatched in the ancient world. Uniform weights discovered across the civilization's extent eased trade, ensuring that a merchant in one city could do business in another using the same measures. Standardized baked bricks built everything, houses of course, but also docks where boats tied up, warehouses where goods were stored, and reservoirs that held water through the dry season. Seals carved with animals and script travelled with merchants who took boats downriver to coastal ports, where Indus goods met ships from Mesopotamia and the Arabian Peninsula. But the river's shifts, driven by monsoon variations and the slow tilting of tectonic plates, constantly reshaped settlement patterns. Channels that once ran full of water dwindled to seasonal streams. Cities that thrived on a riverside found themselves miles inland as the river jumped to a new course. The people adapted, some moving with the channels to found new settlements, others thinning out as populations dispersed, following water to where it actually flowed. The archaeological record shows cities abandoned not in catastrophe, but in gradual decline, as if people simply walked away when the river walked away first. The grid remained, the drains remained, the wells remained, but the life that animated them followed the water elsewhere. This was a civilization shaped by monsoons and by a great river system that refused to stay put, and its cities reflect that in their orderly beauty and their eventual quiet dispersal. Loaded with fine loess eroded from highlands far upstream, the Yellow River built its own bed higher than the surrounding plain, creating an inverted topography that demanded constant vigilance. Year after year, sediment settled from the river's brown waters and accumulated on the channel bottom, raising the riverbed while the plain beyond stayed level. Eventually the river flowed above the countryside, held in place only by levees that required constant repair and reinforcement. When those banks failed, and they did fail with grim regularity, floods leapt into new courses, remaking geography overnight and drowning entire provinces. The Yellow River was called China's Sorrow for good reason, but it was also China's foundation. States rose around hydraulic works, their power measured by their ability to mobilize labour for dike construction and repair. Granaries stored reserves against disaster years, and canals linked provinces into a unified economic system. The Grand Canal, built and rebuilt over centuries, eventually stitched north to south for more than 1,000 miles, moving grain tribute from the river valleys to the capital and enabling centralised rule over a vast territory. In chronicles and histories, good rule kept waters contained. An emperor whose reign saw stable rivers and successful harvest earned praise and confirmed the mandate of heaven. But disaster questioned legitimacy. If the Yellow River burst its banks and carved a new course, if floods killed thousands and destroyed crops, perhaps the emperor had lost heaven's favour and a new dynasty should rise. Silt, flood and repair formed the rhythm of northern cities. Every spring brought the threat of high water and the certainty of work on the levees. Every autumn brought relief and harvest, and the hope that this year's repairs would hold through the next spring. Officials who managed water systems were among the most important in the imperial bureaucracy, their decisions affecting millions of lives. Cities along the Yellow River and its tributaries bore the stamp of this constant struggle. High walls not just for defence against armies but against water, elevated platforms for important buildings, drainage systems designed to handle sudden inundations, and a tradition of collective labour that could mobilise entire populations for emergency repairs. Before paved highways crossed continents, before railways stitched nations together, rivers were the wide streets of entire regions. Barges moved bulky goods cheaply, far more cheaply than could be done by cart or on pack animals. Grain from interior farms floated to coastal cities. Stone quarried in hills moved downriver to construction sites. Timber from mountain forests rode spring floods to sawmills and markets downstream. Ceramics packed in straw and sealed in jars travelled waterways that would have shattered them in wagons on rutted roads. Ferry towns grew wherever roads met water, their docks busy with travellers waiting for boats to carry them across currents too deep or swift for wading. Tolls funded bridges where rivers could be spanned and paid for policing of waterways against pirates. Messages outran feet by hitching rides downstream, and ideas travelled with the boats that carried them. Religion spread along rivers, their monks and missionaries taking passage on merchant vessels. Scripts and writing systems moved from one river basin to another, carried by traders who needed to keep accounts in foreign ports. Units of measure and commercial practices spread with commerce, creating networks of shared convention. Architectural styles travelled too, as builders saw techniques that worked in one city and adapted them for another climate or another building material. Riverfront markets turned seasonal surpluses into urban wealth, concentrating resources and attracting craftsmen, scholars and artists. The city that controlled a key stretch of river or an important confluence could tax everything that moved past, accumulating power and population. River trade created networks that linked interior producers with coastal consumers, mountain resources with plain cities, creating economic relationships that transcended political boundaries and often proved more durable than the kingdoms that tried to control them. From river height came taxes, rations and relief, a chain of causation that made hydrology into statecraft. Egypt's nilometers were not just measuring devices but administrative tools, their readings converted into expected yields and tax assessments for each district. Mesopotamia's omen lists included omens about river floods, priests watching water levels and interpreting them through generations of accumulated observation. India's monsoon law taught farmers when to expect rains and how to read clouds and winds for signs of good or bad seasons. China's hydrological record stretched back centuries, officials comparing this year's flood to others remembered in archives, learning patterns that might predict the future. These were early risk systems, attempts to anticipate disaster and buffer against it. Calendars timed sowing and harvest to the river's schedule, telling farmers when to plant so their crops would mature before floods returned or droughts set in. Warehouse tallies tracked stored grain, calculating how many months a city could feed itself if harvest failed. When disaster struck, these systems determined who received relief and how much, who starved and who survived. Astronomy sharpened because knowing the exact length of the year helped predict the flood's arrival. Arithmetic developed because calculating areas of irregular fields and volumes of grain in conical piles required mathematics. Administration grew more sophisticated because floods kept asking the same questions. How high will it rise? How much land will be watered? How much grain will be harvested? How many people can be fed? How much tax can be collected? The answers required data collection, record-keeping, numerical analysis, and bureaucratic coordination. Cities that could answer these questions well thrived and grew. Cities that answered them poorly starved or collapsed. The pressure of predictable catastrophe drove innovation in ways that peaceful prosperity never could. Levees narrowed channels and increased flow velocity, using physics to fight floods. Spillways redirected peaks into depressions or secondary channels, protecting cities by sacrificing less valuable land. Check dams slowed silt-laden water and let sediment settle in controlled locations, rather than clogging main channels or irrigation canals. Pound locks lifted boats to city wharves, built above flood level, enabling commerce even when cities moved upslope away from unreliable riversides. With infrastructure came rules, because infrastructure required maintenance and coordination. Who draws water first became a legal question when multiple canals branched from one source. Who maintains which bank became a matter of law when a levee protected farmland on both sides. Who pays when a dike fails determined whether repair was swift or delayed unto disaster. Magistrates settled water disputes, hearing testimony from surveyors who measured fields and engineers who assessed dike integrity. Scribes turned water into law, recording precedents and regulations that governed everything from canal cleaning schedules to flood emergency procedures. Cities enforced schedules that synchronized fields with gates and gates with seasons, opening sluices on fixed days so farmers knew when to expect water and could prepare their fields accordingly. Markets operated on calendars that matched irrigation schedules, knowing which districts would harvest when and planning purchases accordingly. The legal architecture of water management became part of urban life as fundamental as walls or temples, invisible to outsiders but essential to insiders. Break the rules about water, and you might face fines, forced labour on canal maintenance, or exile from the irrigation district. Keep the rules, and you enjoyed the security of knowing water would come when needed, that floods would be channeled away from your fields, that your neighbours would help maintain the system because they depended on it too. Rivers earned offerings before sowing and thanks at harvest, rituals that acknowledged dependence and sought favour. Processions followed embankments on feast days, priests and officials walking the levees in ceremonial dress, symbolically inspecting the community's defences against chaos. King lists tied reins to flood heights, recording that in the third year of so-and-so's rule, the Nile rose 14 cubits, or the Yellow River broke its banks near such and such a city. Poets compared lovers to currents and banks, beauty to clear water, faithfulness to a river that returns each year, inconstancy to a river that jumps its channel and abandons old beds. Names of channels outlived the channels themselves, preserved in neighbourhood names and street names long after the water moved elsewhere. Shrines faced landings, their gods watching over departing boats and greeting returning ones, offerings made for safe passage and good trade. Boat songs became local histories, verses added with each generation, commemorating floods and droughts, great voyages and tragic sinkings, marriages arranged between riverside families and feuds settled by priestly arbitration. The city's calendar was also the river's mood, feast days aligned with low water when travel was easy, or with high water when fields were too wet for work and people had time for celebration. Myth-encoded hydraulic knowledge, stories of gods who controlled floods teaching by allegory, what priests taught explicitly: respect the water, maintain the banks, store surplus, prepare for disaster. Memory preserved in ritual and song kept alive knowledge of previous floods, previous channel shifts, previous disasters and recoveries, creating a collective memory that helped communities survive catastrophes by remembering how ancestors survived similar events. Channels avulse when a river suddenly shifts to a new course, abandoning its old bed entirely. This happens on flat plains where slight changes in elevation can redirect flow, where a levee break during a major flood sends water pouring across the landscape and the river follows the new path because it's easier than fighting back to the old channel. Deltas creep to sea as sediment accumulates at river mouths, extending the shoreline and changing the geography of coastlines over centuries. Tectonics tilt floodplains imperceptibly, altering slopes so water that once flowed one direction now prefers another. Ports silt up as sediment carried by the river settles in calm harbour waters, requiring constant dredging or eventual abandonment. Harbours shift miles from the first quay, new docks built where the channel now runs, while old waterfront buildings stand dry and empty. Canals lose head as the river they drew from moves or as the land they cross subsides. Some cities follow the water with new docks and cuts, investing labour and resources to adapt their infrastructure to new conditions. Others fade inland, their walls drying above abandoned ghats, their marketplaces quiet as traders take their business to ports that still function. Archaeology reads these changes in clay layers that show when flooding stopped and in pollen grains that reveal when wetland plants were replaced by dryland species. Excavations find harbours now far from any water and canals that lead nowhere because their source vanished centuries ago. The impermanence of rivers means the impermanence of the cities that depend on them, a lesson written in ruins across every ancient river valley. Concrete pinned seasonal floods into storages and schedules when the modern era arrived with its enormous dams and its faith in engineering. Turbines fed lights back to riverfront grids, turning falling water into electricity that powered cities day and night. Irrigation sprawled across lands that had never seen agriculture, pumps lifting water to highlands beyond the reach of gravity-fed canals. But new solutions brought new problems. Salinity and trapped sediment posed puzzles downstream of the big dams. Reservoirs intercepted the silt that once replenished floodplains, and without that annual addition of minerals, farmland slowly lost fertility. Deltas starved for sediment eroded away, coastlines retreating as rivers no longer delivered the material that built them. Reservoirs drowned old towns when their waters rose behind new dams, and birthed new ones on fresh shorelines where recreation and tourism replaced farming. Remote sensing from satellites watched reservoirs breathe with seasons, their water levels rising and falling as snow melted and rains fell, or as irrigation demands peaked and waned. Computer models forecast peaks and releases, calculating optimal water management across entire river basins. Cities still depended on the old paths, but now those paths were regulated by switches thrown in control rooms, far from the rivers themselves, decisions made by engineers consulting data streams and models, rather than by watching the water itself. Urban sewers once spilled directly to rivers, turning them into open drains that carried waste downstream to become someone else's problem. Cholera outbreaks traced to contaminated water sources mapped by doctors like John Snow changed that, proving that disease travelled in water and forcing cities to take responsibility for what they dumped. Filtration plants and treatment systems cleaned water before it entered the supply, and cleaned it again before releasing it back to the river. Embankment promenades replaced malarial marshes, raising riverside land and filling wetlands that had bred mosquitoes. Storm drains separated from sewers after every flood taught the lesson that mixing the two led to disasters when heavy rains overwhelmed capacity and sewage backed up into streets and homes. Waterworks became the least visible but most important urban organs, moving unseen beneath traffic and parks, miles of pipe and pump stations ensuring that turning a tap produced clean water and that flushing a toilet sent waste somewhere it would be treated. The engineering that kept cities healthy and habitable required constant maintenance, constant investment, constant attention from professionals whose work went unnoticed, until something failed. The Nile wrote cities in a narrow line, settlements strung along its banks like beads on a thread, each city's territory extending only as far as irrigation could reach into the desert. The Tigris and Euphrates wrote cities in a web of canals and tells, settlement shifting as channels moved and as political power concentrated or dispersed. The Indus wrote cities in orderly drains and standardized bricks, a civilization that valued regularity and planning, that built for the long term with materials that would last. The Yellow River wrote cities in urgent dikes and administrative reach, settlements that existed in constant negotiation with a dangerous river, that built elaborate bureaucracies to manage the threat and harness the opportunity. Each hydrology left a civic handwriting, a signature visible in how streets ran and how rulers ruled, and how markets met and how disasters were remembered. You can still read these signatures today if you know how to look, seeing in a city's shape the influence of its river even when that river is now dammed or diverted or hidden under pavement. Former warehouses become promenades where families stroll on weekends, the old loading docks converted to cafes and galleries. Floodplains double as parks, left open to accept seasonal high water, designed to flood safely so that neighbourhoods beyond stay dry. Wetlands return to buffer peaks, restoration projects recreating marshes that were filled generations ago, recognising that the most effective flood control is often to let water spread where it naturally wants to spread. Ferries revive even as bridges crowd overhead, offering a slower but more pleasant way to cross water, reintroducing river travel as transportation rather than just commerce. Waterfronts anchor skylines again, tall buildings rising at the old edges where boats once tied up, symbolically facing the water even if actual boat traffic is minimal. The city faces the water once more, designing to bend rather than break, accepting that rivers will always flood, and that the question is not whether, but where and how much. Modern cities learn or relearn lessons that ancient cities knew. Respect the water, leave room for it, work with it rather than only against it. A dam's light is a delta's darkness if flow is not shared, a principle that has sparked conflicts and treaties across borders and continents. Treaties allocate water rights, specifying minimum flows that must be released downstream to protect ecosystems and human users. Fish passages around dams let salmon and other migratory species reach spawning grounds, maintaining populations that feed both wildlife and people. Sediment bypasses attempt to restore the natural flow of silt past dams, recognising that rivers carry more than water and that downstream areas need that material. Cities learn or are forced to learn that a river is a corridor, not a boundary, that what happens upstream affects downstream, and that political borders do not stop water from flowing. What begins in mountain snow ends in someone's bread when that snow melts and waters fields. It ends in someone's marsh when flood flows sustain wetlands. It ends in someone's coast when sediment builds deltas and protects shorelines. The ethics of water use become conversations about sharing, about restraint, about recognising that rivers connect us whether we want to be connected or not. Stairs down to the water, worn smooth by generations of feet, mark where people have drawn water and launched boats for centuries. A market that opens at dawn when boats arrive preserves a rhythm established before anyone alive can remember, before written records even, continuing because it works and because tradition has weight. A street that follows a vanished bend traces a channel that moved hundreds of years ago. The street preserving the curve even though the reason for the curve is gone. Neighbourhoods oriented to water that no longer flows there. Urban forms recall old currents even when those currents have been buried under pavement or channeled into underground conduits. The rain continues its soft rhythm outside, and somewhere in that sound is the same sound that called people to riversides millennia ago. The map of each city is still a map of its river, visible or invisible, present or absent, acknowledged or forgotten. Grain floated here first on ancient barges, then stayed in warehouses that became neighbourhoods. Stories travelled here on boats carrying travellers who spoke them in markets that grew into districts. Laws were written here to manage water that had to be shared, and those laws became principles of fairness and administration that governed more than irrigation. Songs were sung here by boatmen who worked the river, and those songs entered the culture and shaped its art. Everything floated here, first on water, carried by currents that linked distant highlands to distant coasts, and then stayed, settling into the ground like silt after a flood, building up layer by layer into cities that still depend on the rivers that made them. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.